Hey, this is Jim Lee, publisher, chief creative officer at DC, and this is day 2 of DC at Home. And today it's all about Batman. Kicking it off, we've got Batman Joker War. This is led by Batman group editor Ben Abernathy, who's talking to James Tynion IV, who's the writer of Batman. We've got other great creators like Dan Jurgens, Cecil Castellucci, Jorge Jimenez, and Brad Walker. So take it away, Ben.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us today. I'm Ben Abernathy, Batman Group Editor here at DC. I'm being joined by some very talented storytellers to talk to you about one of DC's biggest events of 2020, Batman the Joker War. Joining me today is the architect of Joker War, Batman writer James Tynion IV, along with his incredible series artist, Jorge Jimenez, and his translator and fellow artist and my old friend, Bruno Redondo. Welcome.
Hey, Ben.
Hi.
Hey, Jorge. Hey, Bruno. It's good seeing you all.
It's great to see you guys. Welcome to Comic-Con 2020.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
So, James, I was thinking back to our mini summit in Burbank last December when Joker War all started to come together. What do you remember from that meeting?
Honestly, that was really the moment that I feel like everything started picking up steam. I had been announced as taking over the Batman title just a few months prior, and I had started doing some work, but the size and shape of the story kept changing. And there were a few things that all happened in quick succession. You came in as Batman Group Editor. We found out that we were going to be joined on the book by the amazing Jorge Jimenez. And we realized that, okay, this Joker element to the story that we had been building is going to be blown up into a full event-sized storyline. And that meant that we were really going to be able to let all of the pieces breathe. And so that's the moment that we started talking about little things that, I had conversations about, okay, if Joker's going to have henchmen, we need a top henchman. And realizing that we were going to have the room to really develop each of these pieces, that's where a character like Punchline started to be developed. And I remember, I think it was right around that summit that we were writing out the character summaries that then we were sending to Jorge, who had just you were just finishing Justice League and you were about to start drawing the characters, and it was just this exciting moment where we realized, okay, Joker War is going to be this big story. And I'm just really excited that it's all about to come out and people are about to see it.
And Jorge, what did you think when James and I came to you with the Joker War concept?
Bueno, lo primero que pensé fue gracias. Thank you so much, because, muchísimas gracias porque Batman es uno de mis personajes favoritos. Estaba haciendo en ese momento el Batman 90 y me dijo, ¿qué tal si vamos con Joker, con la guerra de Joker, Joker War? Y fue como, ¿cómo? Y un evento. Queremos hacer un evento grande en el que se líe y venga todo el mundo y tengamos diseños de personajes nuevos. Y para mí todo eso sonaba como genial. Entonces estoy muy agradecido y además confío mucho en James, porque James ha trabajado muchísimo con Batman y además me encanta como guionista. Entonces todo era perfecto. ¿Bruno?
He was working in Batman 90 by the time, and the first that he felt was a big thank you, because Batman is one of his favorite characters. Batman is huge. So when you came to him about a big event with Batman, with a big Joker War, he felt he could be his great moment about a big character. So big excitement and a long answer.
It's perfect.
And it's amazing. Now joining us is the current Detective Comics artist, Brad Walker. Hey, Brad.
Hey. How is everybody?
Good.
Doing good.
Talking Joker War. So, Brad, your arc on Detective has helped flesh out the Joker's preparations for war. Can you tell us a little bit about that setup?
Yeah, we'd already started a big Two-Face arc that we had talked about in sort of broad strokes, and it was probably a little more intimate originally. And as things started to ramp up for Joker War and James's plan started to build, I think everybody sort of saw an opportunity to bring other books into the mix and make the event feel bigger. And as Pete and I discussed the story more, we started to see areas in the Two-Face story that could be helped by including Joker anyway. And I hadn't gotten to draw Joker really, maybe a little bit in some previous issues in Flashback, but the idea of putting him in there in sort of a master planner kind of role that would facilitate the things that James wanted to do was sort of just a perfect opportunity, and made our story feel bigger and more epic, and we go back to sort of New 52 era in the latest issue that's out, so I'm not spoiling anything, to sort of explain his involvement. So it made everything really exciting, I think probably for the story itself and for the readers, but then also just to me creatively. And I know I can speak for Pete to say he adores Joker, and any chance to use Joker he would jump at just as much as I did. So it all just worked real well, and we were all happy to do it.
Well, I can say, Brad, between yours and Jorge's Joker, I have nightmares 7 days a week now. So well done.
Yeah, he's so much fun to draw, and there's so many. You can go in so many different directions with him. Just speaking visually, you know, he can have a moment where he's a silly character, and then, you know, at the drop of a hat, just be terrifying, and it's a fun visual conceit to sort of flip back and forth and be as schizophrenic as he is as a character.
Right. Well, thank you for joining us, Jorge and Bruno, all the way from Spain. Have yourselves a great day.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's great to see. Yeah, and I'm really excited for everyone to see all of the amazing stuff that you've been drawing. We've been working on this for so long. I am just so excited for everyone to see Joker War. It's coming up.
The Joker is such an overwhelming force of nature, we couldn't confine something like Joker War to just the main Batman title. So I wanted to introduce some of the other creative talent that will be part of the Joker War experience. Batgirl writer Cecil Castellucci and Nightwing writer Dan Jurgens are joining us now.
Hey.
Hello. Hi, guys. Welcome to Comic-Con 2020.
Such as it is, yes.
Okay, gang, well, tell me briefly what you thought about the Joker War concept and how your titles would fit in.
Well, for me, it's something that worked out very, very well, because we were just getting to the point where we were dealing with Rick Grayson, who had amnesia and did not remember his time as Robin, as being part of Batman's world. So having the Joker available to help bring him back into that world was absolutely ideal.
Yeah, it timed out and worked really well with that storyline. Now, Cecil, how about you with Batgirl?
I feel like Batgirl has been going through a lot of enormous growth, you know, ever since You're the Villain. And so I think that to have the opportunity to, you know, Joker is obviously a core wound in Batgirl's life. And for Joker War, it was, you know, like there was like the knock on the door. And I knew that I really needed to sort of address her and the Joker in their sort of the Killing Joke. And so me and Jessica Chen, my editor, had a really great conversation about trying to make it sort of be a mirror of that, an opportunity for it to be a mirror of that issue, that classic issue, but where we have Barbara a little bit more in power of the situation and sort of reclaiming the moment in a certain way. So it was a real great opportunity, because I've been trying to make Batgirl grow in in sort of new ways. And it was a great gift to be able to directly address that core wound in her story.
Yeah, absolutely. Batgirl 47 is a tremendous issue, and it's available now. So I think everyone should do themselves a favor and check it out. And that's a wrap for our Batman Joker War discussion for San Diego Comic-Con 2020. I'd like to thank James and Brad, Dan, Cecil, Jorge, and Bruno for joining us today. It was a blast to see all of you. I think that once people get their hands on all these relevant issues, I think they'll be just completely blown away. So we thank you for tuning in. And remember, Joker War began earlier this week. So be sure to pick up a copy of Batman 95 immediately.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey, Ben, ¿puedo decir algo?
Can I say something?
Sure, please.
Amigos, he trabajado muy duro durante esta cuarentena en la Joker War. Llevo 100 páginas seguidas porque quiero que sea un producto sólido y que guste a todo el mundo. Así que, por favor, dadle una oportunidad porque estoy seguro de que os va a encantar.
Hey guys, I have been working so hard in these Joker War pages. I'm over 100 pages by now, so I hope you enjoy a lot what we are doing. We are trying to make a solid piece of art, so please give it a chance and enjoy, guys.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful day.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Very good. Yay.
Bye.
Next up, we have Dark Knight's Death Metal. This is the follow-up to the super successful Dark Knight's Metal series. We've got the same amazing creative team, got legendary writer Scott Snyder and superstar artist Greg Capullo. We've got the executive editor, Marie Javins, bring them together to talk about how they're going to surpass and outdo what they did in the first big epic event. This is one not to be missed. Take it away, Marie.
Welcome to the Dark Knight's Death Metal panel at Comic-Con at Home. I'm Marie Javins. I'm the editor of Dark Knight's Death Metal and the entire Metalverse. I'd like to welcome Scott Snyder, the writer, and Greg Capullo, the penciler of Dark Knight's Death Metal, returning to the Metalverse for 7 more issues. So let's hear a little bit about 1 and 2. Can you guys catch us up to where we are right now as number 3 is about to come out?
Well, first of all, let me just say thank you to everybody out there. I'm glad you're staying home and staying safe. And also thank you for showing this book so much support. We're really grateful. But above all, thank you for supporting comics in this crazy time. I know we're all worried about it, but we're all in it together. And this story is very much about that. So for us, it's something that we've been planning since I pitched the original Metal at New York Comic Con back in 2016. This was always kind of pitched as the sequel, if anyone liked that first one. So the idea was to go bigger and crazier with this and to say more with it too. It's really a story where the heroes find that everything has turned against them. It starts with the Batman who laughs having been given control of the Earth, and he's pulled hundreds of evil Batmen out of the dark multiverse. So there's like dinosaur evil Batman and wizard evil Batman and all kinds of manner of evil Bruce Waynes. And he's ruling over the Earth, which he's reconfigured literally to look almost like a big continent shaped like a bat. So the landmarks are still kind of there, like there's still a Bat Cave and there's still Coast City, but they're all twisted around. So it's this really wild, transformed DCU where he's ruling and he's picked a few heroes to kind of look over the different areas. And so it begins with Wonder Woman, who's our big hero, trying to figure out a way to fight back against him. So number 1 really introduces you to the whole world. And she and the remaining heroes that are kind of under his thumb are trying to figure out a way to overthrow him and get the world back to what it was. And what they learn is that they have to revisit DC's great history of crises, capture that energy, and almost use it to kind of restart everything once and for all. So in 1, I don't know how much I should spoil. Like, I know 3 is about to come out, but I'm not sure if I should give away the ending of 1 and that stuff. But, 1, she does fight. Yeah, it's one of my favorite pages we've ever done. But she fights back in a big way and takes out the Batman who laughs. And then 2, at the end of 2, we see that she's gathering the heroes. Batman, who's sort of a rebel, who's leading an army of the dead because he has a Black Lantern ring. And they're going to go up to the prison of heroes, which is up in the sun in New Apocalypse, to save Superman and the rest of the DCU to come help win back the universe. So that's kind of what it's about, and that's the plot. But really what it's about is it's a story that really says that you know, through thick and thin, no matter how bad it gets, we're all in it together in comics, and you know, we'll find a way out of the darkest times.
So, Greg, what do you have to tell us about drawing number 1 and 2? What was your favorite part?
No, all of it. Scott's throwing me all the red meat I can consume. And I just got to back up and say, you know, I really miss being at Comic-Cons in person and seeing all the people and talking with you face to face and hugging you. But apart from that, man, my job is such that if I didn't read the news, I wouldn't even know there's a pandemic going on. I never leave the house. I'm always drawing. So anyway, that is part of my life. It's like, hey, so I'm immersed in this deep, crazy fantasy world that Scott's given me. So even that helps me deal with the news because I'm like, it doesn't matter, man. I'm visiting Castle Bat. And so I have monster trucks that have Batarang wheels. You know, they talk to you because it's got Batman's essence in there. You got a burnt-out Swamp Thing. You got Wonder Woman with a chainsaw. You got T-Rex, Batman. I mean, this stuff is mind-blowing. Good times. This is rock and roll. And our Stonehenge, for those of you who know Spinal Tap, is going to be full-size. Not the little shrunk down one that showed up by accident. So anyway, you got to tune in for this stuff because it's bombastic. We're lighting the place on fire. We're going to burn it to the ground. Missed me, didn't you? I know.
So number 3 is going to come out in just maybe a week or two. And how are we going to turn it up to 11 or 3 to 7?
I mean, every issue, I want this to be almost like the one where we leave it all on the stage. I mean, for us, we have a lot of things we want to do, to be frank, out in the world together as a team. And, you know, coming back to do a sequel for Metal, even though it was always in the plan, was kind of like the big finale of our kind of over-the-top DC event kind of stuff. So, I mean, it's 10 times bigger, honestly, than Metal. You're going to have an army of Lobos and a whole evil multiverse and all kinds of stuff popping out that you never expected to see. But so 3 itself, you meet the Robin King. That's a really big one. He kind of is born in issue 2, but you see him for the first time in issue 3 really interact with the heroes.
I'm going to see him right now.
Yeah, there he is right there, right? That's actually from issue 4, so that's a big spoiler. There he is, and he's holding somebody's severed head also. So without giving
here it comes. Oh my, that's nasty. That's the embodiment of 2020 right there, right there.
That anyway, is single panel of 2020, right? But I love him because I'm just writing his dialogue now, and the thing that's great about him is that, and his whole history, you'll learn, and what his secret is, who he is, all of that stuff. But because I've seen a lot of speculation, but I love him because he's really cheery, and he pops out, and you know, the JSA sees him, Flash and Dr. Fate and everyone, and they're like, wow, who are you supposed to be, kid? And Flash is like, and that belt is a choice, you know? And the Robin King is like, yeah, thank you so much. Good morning. He's like, you know, I worked really hard on the belt. It actually contains a way of killing every one of your friends, and I've worked on it for years. So he's like, you, Barry, I actually dug up in my world your dead mom, and I stuffed her into one of your little goddamn flash rings. So he's like, hey, you want to see her body? You know, and then Alan Scott, the other Green Lantern, is like, whoa, and he's gonna attack. He's like, whoa, and you? He's like, on my world, I hunted down both your children, and I cremated them, and I made this composite out of their ashes, and then I powered it with a black thing, so it cancels out your powers, and I can beat you to death with it. And he's like this 10-year-old kid, so he's very evil. He's definitely one of our darkest creations, but I love him because I feel as though what I want the heroes to go up against here is something that says everything you believe us to be, people, everything you hope we are, you know, we aren't. And you want representations of that with the Batman who laughs and with the Robin King. The eviler and darker the villain, the more the heroes are challenged by what they see in human nature. And so it becomes harder and harder to be hopeful. And so, you know, as he's evil, he's not evil just to make him something incredibly fun and dark and twisted. He is, but I mean, he's those things, but it is also, it's meant to be something that you read and it hits you in a way that's poignant, because he says all your hope, all your kind of aspirations for us and for you, they're just nothing, and I'll show you why. So that's why he's a very spooky kid.
Is this even over the top for you guys at this point? Like, you got Robin King, Castle Bat, Army of Lobos. even if you guys are ready for this, because we've been living it every day, are the fans ready for this?
Listen, I just got to tell you right now, I was excited when I got to draw Lobo et al. This is a spoiler for me. I did not know that an army of Lobos is coming my way. I don't know how to cope. I don't know how to cope. Oh, my God, it's too awesome. So, listen, if I'm reacting like that, how do you think fans are going to react? My God, an army of Lobos. I think I died and went to heaven. Oh, my God, I hope I don't get coronavirus. Anyway, yeah. No, but listen, let me get this back. Again, there's 2020, the embodiment of 2020 right there. That's how we all feel, right? But it'll be over soon. It'll be over soon, we hope. Anyway, I'm just going to be fixating on Army of Lobos probably for the rest of today.
That's just one small thing. Wait till you see. I'm telling you, the finale of Death Metal, it comes with like 6 and 7. Was one of the other things I should talk about, honestly, for a sec, is that it's a tribute to DC's history. And what I really want is for everybody that's ever been a fan, whether you're picking this book up as your very first comic, you're a fan, or if you've read for, 60, 70 years, 80 years, I want you to feel rewarded for your dedication to these characters and to what they stand for, and to all the great stories that have come before. So it builds on a lot of different DC events, from Crisis on Infinite Earths to Infinite Crisis, Final Crisis, but also 0 Hour, all kinds of things. Doomsday Clock plays a big role in it. We want it to feel connective, and we want the message to really resonate that way, where it's almost like every story matters. The whole history of the DCU matters. Everything's in play to say, what do we stand for and what do we want to be going into 2021? So for us, it really is kind of it's a crescendo. And as much as it's bonkers and over the top, and it's done in a way that really speaks to our priorities and the way Greg and I and John and FCO really love to work and kind of go full blown, it is also a love letter to the DCU and to you guys, in a way of saying thank you for all the love that you've shown us, but also the love you've shown these characters that mean so much to us as well. So yeah, it's a big event. It has big impact, big repercussions, all that stuff. So I hope you guys enjoy the way it goes. So yeah, Army of Lobos is one thing, but it's like, what do you see? There's a lot I haven't told Greg yet, but I want to surprise him.
Can I show the flashes running?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, then. Let's see here. We got, okay, opposite direction. There we go. This is us racing in to the year where we have a vaccine and when the coronavirus is behind us so we can return to our fun. Run, run, run!
So, Scott, you're going to bring in James Tynan and Josh Williamson, and a whole lot of other creators, like some of your favorite people, some people you've always wanted to work with, into the Metalverse.
Yeah.
You're packing in all this story into the Spine series. What's in the one-shots? What does that do for the Metalverse?
Yeah, well, so we're doing a bunch of specials, and a lot of the supplementary material, like these one-shots and the tie-ins and stuff. We're trying to do what we did with Metal, where I think one of the reasons people responded as well as they did to it was that we wanted to make everything pretty essential. We didn't want you to have to buy like 80 books to get the story, and yet everything is really modular. So, if you buy the specials, it will definitely enrich your experience. But if you don't, you can read Metal straight through as Metal, which is me and Greg and the team. But they're really fun, and we wanted to make sure that you're getting more than your money's worth for each one. So the first two that come out after issue 2 are a guide to the Metalverse, which gives you essentially a grand tour of the DCU as it stands now, with a mysterious guide who's a big surprise as well. And it tells you how the world became what it is. And we've got incredible creators lined up on that, from Becky Cloonan, Chip Zdarsky, just up and down, just great lineup. And then we have also a guide to the evil Batman, a Dark Knight's guide. So you get everything from like the Batman Who Laughs lives in a living evil Batman castle that changes, like one of those Escher drawings and stuff like that, and contains secret rooms and everything. And so that it has the history of him, it has the history of the dinosaur Batman, has the history of an evil baby Batman. So there's a ton of fun people in that book as well, from everyone from Marguerite Bennett and Jamal Igle to Garth Ennis, right? And so it's like, it's a super star-studded thing. Daniel Warren Johnson does the evil monster truck Batman Transformers world, so I'm very excited about that one too. So yeah, we're really and Chris Priest also, we're thrilled is doing a story in there that is a good one. So for us, it really is something that we wanted to have it be a celebration of talent throughout the DCU, and to try and bring in people that would just kind of, you know, make the roster shine in terms of our Dark Knights. We all call them our Dark Knights, all of them. And then, so those are the first two. And then as the story goes, after issue 3 in August, when we hit September, we're going to do a bunch more. So we haven't officially announced those yet, right? We haven't, have we? We have not, right? So I can't go too far. Yeah, I was about to spoil a lot of them, but I will not. But I'll say that we have more great talent coming then. Again, it's been very fluid about how much we're going to do. So it might even expand. We're not sure. But ultimately, what we're trying to do is make sure that every piece of this book and this event is worth more than your money. And it's something that feels packed with good story, good art, creators that excite you, all that kind of stuff. So, we're really proud of it. We feel like you guys rewarded us for trying to keep those priorities in metal. And with this one, we want to make sure that we're really doubling down on that.
Yeah. So bringing it back to the Spine series, to death metal itself, I don't want to spoil things, so I'm not sure how you're going to answer this, but Greg, what was your response when Scott said, will you draw a Dr. Manhattan getting a brain transplant?
At this point, anything that comes from, it surprises me, but it doesn't surprise me. He's proven himself to be quite insane, deranged, and a bit evil. So, it's just like, it's more Scott giving me all crazy stuff. No, Scott has a very deep toy box, and he seems to really have his finger on the pulse of what he knows fans really want, because, sometimes I don't know, right? Especially I don't know the DCU as well as Scott does. And then when I will tease something and the fan reaction to what Scott has presented, you go, wow, he really knows just how to push their buttons of what they're going to want. So the Manhattan thing is definitely one of those buttons. I saw everybody going, oh my God, as soon as I teased a little bit of an image. So Scott is a lot of fun to work with. And so my reaction's always the same. It's like the reason I got into comics and love comics from a little boy is because of that excitement that just makes you go, wow. And Scott always hands me scripts that have stuff that's going to make me go, wow. I always say, and I'm going to blow his head up a little bit, I'm sure, but that's okay. He deserves it sometimes. I've been doing this for a very long time now, longer than some of our fans have probably been alive. And for Scott to hand me scripts that excite me, if it can do that to me, I'm kind of a little bit jaded, right? After so many years of doing it, then I just know that if it's exciting me, who's kind of got a callus, then fans are just going to light up with delight and excitement when they see the stuff he's handing me. So, it's all a marvelous ride. I
would just say that knowing what your abilities are, like I wouldn't think of so much of the crazy stuff if I didn't get excited thinking about you drawing it. So I'm like, you know what? I bet Greg would draw really well. Like a Joker head in a jar that's on a robot suit was a thing. And then you're like, yeah. Or, a giant monster bat motorcycle. It's made out of the bone like that.
Well, sometimes I got to tell you a quick aside, right? So Todd McFarlane and I, we stayed close, even though I don't work on Spawn anymore. And every once in a while, I'll bitch about Scott, what he's doing to me as far as labor-intensive stuff he's throwing at me. And I'll be look at this kid, what he's doing to me, trying to kill me. And John will go, well, to be fair, I'm not in my Todd mode. I won't try and imitate him right now. But he says, if I had an artist like you, I'd be doing the same thing. I'm like, I can't even find an ally. So I'd be torturing you too, Greg.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Scott. We're going to wrap it up now. Thank you.
Can I say one quick thing? Can we also just throw it back to you, Marie? Also, and just say thank you to you. Because honestly, Marie has been our rock queen from the beginning with this thing. And holding so many different creators together, holding the whole story together, amazing advice, amazing friend. Just thank you for everything as well. Because
you are welcome.
You're a manager, like our
like I'm the roadie. I got to keep it all together. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye.
You're a paper doll. I'll fold you how I want. You're not my news. I tie this knot. Scars on my fingers, bruises my neck, crashing my chains, washing my wreck. Scars on my fingers, bruises my neck, crashing my chains, washing my wreck. Scars on my fingers, bruises my neck, crashing my chains, washing my wreck, washing my wreck, washing my wreck. Cut the hands off, kamikaze into your soul. Kamikaze into your soul.
Next up, we have DC Black Label titles. Yes, that's the name of the actual panel. We couldn't come up with a better one, but you know what? You don't need it because it's Black Label. And Black Label is all about bringing the best creators on your favorite characters, giving them the creative freedom to tell stories that are out of continuity, that can have beginning, middle, and ends, that kind of stand the test of time and be evergreen titles for our library. Speaking of libraries, we have the lead of this panel, our librarian and archivist, Benjamin LeClaire, and he's going to chat up Sean Gordon Murphy, Katana Collins, Daniel Warren Johnson, and Cami Garcia about all their cool upcoming Black Label titles. So take it away, Benjamin.
Hi, I'm Benjamin LeClaire, the manager of the DC Library Archives, and I am your lucky moderator today for the DC Black Label segment at the DCC at Home panel. And we're going to talk to a number of current Black Label talent, discuss their process, how they interact with the label, and what it allows them to do. But let me introduce a few of them to begin with. Let's start with Cami Garcia.
Hi.
Hi, Cami. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
Now, Cami has written, you may know her from our YA Raven book, but she has been writing a really exciting, interesting perspective of the Joker-Harley relationship, and Harley's background is called Joker-Harley Criminal Sanity.
Yep.
And that's still going. How many more issues do we have for that?
I think issue 4 is out, and then we have a special issue, and it goes to 8 issues.
Fantastic. So this is something you want to check out. But let me introduce the rest of our panel. We have Sean Murphy and Katana Collins from their home.
Hey.
Hi, folks. Now, Sean Murphy, you know from a lot of different stuff for different labels with us, but at Black Label, we had the Batman White Knight, and now the Curse of White Knight, and now we have another exciting project. Let me not say it. Let me go ahead and let you introduce. The two of you are working on what that's coming out soon?
It is called White Knight Harley, right? I should probably know that. Huh?
Batman White Knight Presents, right? Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
And the two of you are writing this together, is that right?
Yeah, you've been more plotting. Yeah. Like you've helped with plotting, and I'm the writer on it.
I'm the producer, and I do the easy job, and then she has to actually write the damn thing down. So she's the actual writer. You
created the White Knight universe, and now she's going to just take that ball and run with it.
Yep.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
Well, that's fantastic. Let me introduce our third panelist. We've got Daniel Warren Johnson from Home as well.
Hello.
And he is the writer and artist of a really exciting book called Wonder Woman Dead Earth.
Yep.
How many more? We have more issues of that coming. That's not done yet, right?
We have one more issue that comes out in October, I believe. So.
And that's going to wrap up the whole series.
Yep.
Well, cool. Well, thank you all of you for coming here and talking with the folks at home. We wanted to focus first on Black Label, the label itself. For all of you, what does being in that space allow you to do that you can't do as a writer or artist in the regular DC universe?
Order? I mean, I think what's fun about it is it's not in continuity. So we get to take the characters and play with them and kind of put them in, you know, slightly different environments or create different relationship dynamics and then play around and see what happens. So for me, that's the fun part, is kind of taking a character and using the core of that character to create something new.
Now, Daniel, you took a classic character in Wonder Woman, but you didn't put her in a contemporary Earth. You have a post-apocalyptic world. What? Well, how did that trigger into? What was it about Wonder Woman? Was that a decision of yours? Did someone guide you that way?
Well, when Andy Coury, my editor on Wonder Woman, came to me to talk about maybe a new project, he specifically brought up that Black Label and thought that it would be a good fit for my writing and art style.
Right.
And so I immediately pitched him all of these very far out ideas with Dial H for Hero.
Yeah.
And he said, well, we were thinking more of the Daniel Warren Johnson take on a A-list hero or heroine.
I love that you went to Dial H for Hero, that you thought that was the space that you had to live in. But they said, what about Wonder Woman? Yeah.
I pitched him an X-rated Dial H for Hero. That didn't go over well, but that's fine. So with Wonder Woman, he said, you know, more of an A-list hero with your take. So I really felt like most of all of the amazing stories that had been done with Batman and Superman had already kind of been written and drawn. And just for me personally, I had never had much interest in Wonder Woman. Just the visual take on the character and just her vibe. I didn't dislike it, but it just never made me want to pick it up off the stand.
No, you definitely personalized it, and it allows for personalization. Now, Sean, before we get to the current series you're working on, when you created what we were calling the Murphyverse or the White Knight universe, you know, you had a chance to personalize Batman and make a version of this. Now, this was something you got to do before Black Label had started, but clearly in some ways you were sort of the trendsetter that kind of created the label.
Yeah, I was confiscated by Black Label, and they label slapped it on me. So I don't know if I was the first, or it doesn't really matter. I mean,
you're the first graphic novel to ever have Black Label on the banner. So for us collected editions people on the shelf, you're number one. So
there you go.
But you were asked to really create a more personal take in Batman, and have able to put in all of your other influences. I mean, you see the influences in the animated series and the movie, and you brought, you know, I mean, you didn't get stopped with creating your own Batmobile. You brought in some other Batmobiles and some other cars and references. But now, this space, being in Black Label, and even if you've done just the independent series, how does this allow you to kind of explore those things in a way you might not be able to do on a regular Batman title?
Yeah, well, you know, if I was working on the main line, I think there'd be a lot more cooks in the kitchen, which is totally necessary. I'm creating the mainline books, which fuel all of us. But I like kind of being by myself, doing as much of it as I can, and not really checking in with people other than my editor and his assistant. I sort of like not asking for permission. I'd rather just write it and draw it and show DC. And you know, if it's really a problem, I'll fix it. But generally, I know the rules of what Black Label is. So I've been happy to sort of stay within the confines, but also be able to explore Batman in ways that other books can't. Like I killed Alfred.
You've done some other changes to the Wayne family that we won't spoil for people, but there's some big upheaval of the continuity and the stories of that.
When I pitched it to my editor, when I pitched Curse to my editor, he said, "You can't do that to Bruce Wayne. Like that'll never fly." And then he's like, "Actually, you should do that because you would never get away with that in the main line." So he kind of greenlit the idea.
What I love for all three of you is that you have your own piece of this universe. These are characters that exist for other people and other creators and mainline titles, but there's something cohesive in all three of your worldviews about your characters. They're very strong. They are evolving. They see their weaknesses. Now, all three of you have a very strong female character. We have Harley Quinn in both Cami and Sean Katana's books. And Daniel, you start with the first icon of female heroes, Wonder Woman. Thank you for bringing back the origin of a mother's love being blown into somebody. Was that one of the things that resonated with, like, that's still a great, even though we're in a modern story, that's still a great ancient mythos?
Yeah, I did my research on all of the different kind of takes on the creation of Wonder Woman, and it was important to me that, you know, like, kind of romance and like any sort of like kind of human element was taken out, so she really did feel like a god. So her mother kind of breathing life into her with the clay and pouring the blood of all the gods that she stole into the clay that she makes to make her as strong as she is. That was me trying to kind of bring something new to the table, but just make sure that like it's a mother's love and her craftiness that births Wonder Woman and makes such a unique character.
You have a classic story, and then you add a new element to it, and that's the pieces where they really fit together. Cami, I want to talk to you. You've introduced a Harley that is sharp. She is strong. She is intelligent. This is a side of Harley in her backstory that we've never gotten to see before.
Yeah, I think Harley's always been really smart and clever, but one of the things that I really wanted to show was her using her professional skills. So she's a forensic, she's a psychiatrist, and I wanted her to be a forensic psychiatrist so she could double as a profiler. And, you know, it's a really specific skill set. Ed Kurtz, Dr. Ed Kurtz is a friend of mine who he writes the special issue with me, but also he's a consultant on the entire series. And
right,
so,
you give credit in that first issue to talking with him, yeah.
Yeah, he's great. And I really wanted to see her, you know, using those skills the way a real forensic psychiatrist would. And so she is kind of moonlighting at the GCPD with Gordon as a profiler and consultant for the GCPD on their toughest cases. And in this case, it's a serial killer. It's a serial killer who is balding, and they bring her in to help catch him. And of course, you know, there's no greater serial killer in fiction to me than the Joker. He's amazing.
Right. The body count for the Joker is pretty much unequaled, except for the apocalyptic, you know, dark sides and stuff of the world. I mean, your average villain doesn't have a body count like the Joker.
No, but also, I just love him. He's so cool.
Well, you have a very cool Joker. I mean, he's kind of suave and tough. And talk about working with a profiler. Obviously, this kind of crime fiction is something you're interested in, and your brain likes to wrap around it, so that you're able to make a friendship with a person who does this sort of for a living.
He consulted with me. We became friends. His old partner his old partner is the parent of one of my daughter's friends. So that's how we met. And he was my consultant on an X-Files IP called the X-Files Origins Agent of Chaos, which is a kind of origin story for Mulder as a teenager. And it became canon. And Ed and I worked very well on that together. And so when I started playing around with this idea, and I talked to him about how I wanted to write Harley, but I really wanted to give her due. And instead of Harley and Joker falling in love, what I really wanted to do was Harley hunting Joker. Because, you know, he's such an amazing character. And if you're not going to do Batman, you need him to have a worthy adversary. And I knew that if she was written as a forensic psychiatrist and profiler with Ed's skill set, she would be like the kind of person you do not want hunting for you.
No, and that comes across. Her competence has never been stronger. Let me go over to Sean and Katana. I want to talk about how we got Harley in the White Knight universe and how did you know that she was going to be did you know in writing her from the beginning how important she was going to be to the overall storyline, or did it just kind of come out from the character?
Yeah, I knew I wanted Harley Quinn to be the White Knight in a way. Like, she sets everything up. She knows Joker and Batman so well that she creates conditions where she's sort of pulling the strings on everybody. And it's not really revealed until the final issue where she admits to Batman, and he kind of figures it out. He's like, you did all of this, didn't you? Like, you were there at the beginning, you set up the pills. Yeah. You told Joker about them. You were guiding him all the way. Like, why did you do this? And she said, like, well, I think you and Joker had a lot to learn about each other. And before you can condemn him, I feel like you at least should get to know Jack Napier, who was a different personality that only she really knew about.
No, it's the strength of that. Again, it's the competence of Harley that a lot of people don't show. I mean, I think she's got this indomitable like spark or spirit that always shines that people recognize, like why it doesn't seem inorganic for Batman to have a soft spot for her, because it's clear at this point he does, because we all do.
Yeah.
And now that she's there, where are we? I don't want to give away anything about where we're going. Now, Katana, are you excited to be writing Harley Quinn?
So excited. She's been one of my favorite characters for a really long time, probably ever since Sean introduced Batman to me when we were in college, and he showed me Batman the Animated Series. She's been a big fan favorite of mine. I was really intrigued by Harley specifically, and again, I don't know, spoilers, maybe, but when I saw that she was having the twins in Kurtz, Jack's twins, and I saw this opportunity for telling a story about a woman who is navigating these very new waters, both as a first-time mother to twins, who's now having to do it as a single mother, maybe suffering from some postpartum depression, as well as the superhero side of this, or I guess she was a supervillain. I don't know. Your universe is a little different. And, you know, what does this world look like now? This world that no longer has Jack, and Batman, who became one of her good friends, is now in jail. And
I just love the idea of a postpartum Harley as something. What could be more Black Label than that, right? These are the types of little, like, really real niches of life that affect people with these characters, and it fleshes them out. But you wouldn't talk about that in an all ages comic, not because it's not appropriate, but just because that's not what the tropes tell you to do.
Yeah.
And so you have this freedom to do it. Have you learned more about Harley from the writing process?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
She speaks to you, right? And Cammie, the same for you?
And also mine is for sure not appropriate for all ages. Because
it gave me nightmares in the rereading. So.
The thing that is most people don't know is that all of the murders in the series can be executed in real life. That's
not our advice for you at home. Do not in any way.
But I'm saying.
But you're accurate. They're real. They're not just some made up fantasy.
Yes, you could. I mean, so they are a little graphic. I mean, there's there's body parts, there's autopsies, and there's some melted body fat, and that's kind of my jam though. That's what I like to write. When I'm not writing like very appropriate Teen Titans, I don't have a lot of middle ground. I'm very dark. I'm in the teen realm.
Now, Daniel, you have not just Wonder Woman, but you have Hippolyta, and you also have a really amazing interpretation of Cheetah in your series. Now, those characters, were those other characters part of, Cheetah and Hippolyta and the Amazons? Was that something you got into from reading, your research on this, or did they have a resonance with you from the past?
So to be honest, I had never actually read a Wonder Woman book.
And that's true for a lot of people, but they're amazing when you find them, right? I mean,
I did my research after I got the gig. I really liked what Wonder Woman was about. Her vibe underneath all of that history and of her character. But one of the things that I noticed is, just for me, I was never super interested in her rogues gallery. So I picked the one that I thought had the coolest potential, which was Cheetah, and then I just gave her a cheetah hand. So, and then I had a fan. I showed a fan / friend. I gave him like a sneak. They came over to my house, and I showed them the page that I had just drawn of Cheetah with the cheetah hand showing up in the fighting pits in issue 1, and he was like, "Dude, you should have made both of her hands cheetah hands." You're right. And
I worked for
in issue 4. No, at the end of issue 3, she holds a gun, and it's very difficult to have a character hold a gun with a cheetah hand. So
see, you were right, and you just didn't know why yet. The color in this book is striking. I want to talk to you all of them. I mean, one of the amazing things about Black Label is both the size and the paper stock. And, years ago in the 70s, Neil Adams would say that they were basically printing comics on toilet paper, right? The quality stock. But what you have with this Premier label, with expanded size formats for some of your issues and just great paper stock, is that the colors are so rich no matter what palettes you choose. Daniel, you've got such incredible bright color in yours. And I want to talk to Cami about the use of black and white versus color. And Sean, if we can talk about your palette, which really is pops, even though there's a subtlety to it. So, sorry, that's me rambling. But Daniel, let's talk about the use of color and what this the physical format has allowed you to do. And did you have any idea that your books were going to be this big right off the bat? That they're going to be magazine size?
Yeah, Andy had told me that that's the idea they were going for. Sorry, my daughter just got home. I was totally okay with that. It only took a few pages for me to get used to it. It's more or less the same thing as like, regular comic size as far as the working process is concerned. And as far as the color, my colorist, Mike Spicer, he's been fantastic. He's been on all of my projects, Extremity and Murder Falcon. He did great there, and so we made sure to bring him. I made it a deal breaker. I was like, Mike comes with it, but don't do the book.
Excellent. Well, you really were well served from it. Unfortunately, we're going to be running out of time in the panel. Anyone else have any last thoughts about Black Label or your books that you want to give to the folks at home?
I just wanted to mention Matteo Scalera is actually drawing ours, and he's doing an incredible job. It's almost like an animated version of Harley by like Don Bluth or something like that. And coloring him, we have Dave Stewart. Yeah, we got two just like rock star artists to tackle this, so we're really excited about that.
And Cami, we should give a shout out to your amazing artists.
My guys and gals. So Nico Sion and Jason Badauer are the artists, and then Annette Kwok does the color, and she's insane. And in the one shot in the Secret Files, David Mack also does interiors.
Oh wow! Okay.
And he's doing the main cover for the Secret Files, which gives you a real insight kind of into Joker and Harley. But the cool thing is, honestly, they're my co-creators. Miko has been on this from the very beginning, and he helped design, this version of Joker and Harley from the ground up, which was awesome.
And you have let me just get that last question. Did you know you were going to have that flip where black and white was going to be contemporary and the color would be the flashback?
I kind of found Miko even before they sent me. They were already sending me his his portfolio. And what I noticed is he did all these old style black and white covers for Marvel, which I loved. And he also did a series, Werewolf by Night, which were the pencils that I picked him based on, because it's war. And I just said to Jim Lee, it's such a shame, like we're going to color over his pencils. And Jim was like, well, we don't have to. And he said,
thank you. This is what happens when you have artists in charge of things. They make choices like that. Like, no, it's done.
Ask him what he thinks. And Nico's like, I don't do my own color. He's like, I would love to just do, grayscale. And so everything from Harley's POV that she's seeing in real time is in grayscale. And then the past or cutaways to Joker in color.
Which is just such a flip from convention. So again, I want to thank all of you for the work that you're doing. As a reader who has to read lots of comic books, which is not a punishment, I just want to say that all of them are striking, and I love what you're doing with the Black Label. So keep pushing those boundaries of making these comics interesting, cutting edge, and contemporary, so the new audience can enjoy them. But really, just keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
All right, that ends day 2 of DC at Home. That's all we've got in terms of programming. I want to thank you guys for tuning in. We love your support. We love your passion for all things DC. I want to thank all our amazing creators that participated in all these wonderful panels. And I want to thank the folks at Comic-Con again for setting this all up and allowing us to share Comic-Con with you guys virtually, safely at home. If you guys want to learn more about DC beyond this event, I urge you guys to go to dccomics.com or to follow us on all our socials at DC Comics or at the DC Nation, Instagram and Twitter. So thank you very much. Please stay safe, and I hope to see you guys in person next year.
man, it's me, Kevin Smith. Welcome to San Diego Comic-Con 2020 in the weirdest way we never thought we'd see it. I mean, this beats waiting in line for Hall H, though. So let's be honest, this rocks. I got rarefied air to breathe today, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are familiar with my work, I play one half of a character's team called Jay and Silent Bob. The DNA of those characters contains the work of other people who have gone before me, cinematic teams that preceded us. And I've made no secret over the years of you don't get to a Jay and Silent Bob without first getting to Bill and Ted. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure was a seminal movie for us 70s/80s kids when it happened. A beautiful melange of things that we loved and things we didn't care about, like history. And they brought it to life. It was so good, they gave us a sequel. And then for years, they were talking about one more, maybe we'll do it again. But, in these days, it's tough to find hope to hold on to. But now we have hope fulfilled, a promise fulfilled, ladies and gentlemen, because they made a sequel, man. And so half of Jay and Silent Bob gets to sit here today and talk to the creative folks behind Bill and Ted Face the Music. Let me introduce them all to you. I'm going to read them as they appear on my monitor, so this is not a matter of importance or anything. This is how they're laid out in front of me. Ladies and gentlemen, a screenwriter who's been involved not just in other screenplays, but in every incarnation of Bill and Ted. Man, that is incredible and rare. Most characters get handed off to other writers and stuff like that. One of these cats been working on this since the beginning. Give it up for the great Ed Solomon. Ed Solomon, welcome. Sometimes, thank God we're in this room. I'm at my house because I don't think I could keep my knees from knocking doing this next introduction. Thank God I'm here in my safe zone because I feel like I can say this. I've never been able to do this before. This is kind of cool for me. This is an actor I've absolutely loved forever, man. And I remember when this cat came into the franchise and created a character that we all fell in love with. When they announced that they were going to make Bill and Ted Face the Music, I was like, man, I wonder if they'll bring him back. They did bring him back. Give it up to the legend, ladies and gentlemen. William Sadler is with us. I hope I'm not spoiling the movie. I know there's been chatter about it beforehand online, so some people might have some plot details already. I don't think this is spoiling anything to say that in this iteration of Bill and Ted, there's another generation of Bill and Ted, man. So one half of our Bill and Ted progeny, man, is with us today. Well, both of them are here, but I'm going to introduce the first half here. You've seen her in movies before. You're seeing her in this movie in a big, bad way, in a role where she has to take on history, almost 30 years of character history, to bring her character to life. Give it up for Samara Weaving, ladies and gentlemen. This actress is so damn good, she needs 3 names. One of those actresses, just 2 names ain't going to do it, man. 3 names has to cover it. Also, picking up a heavy mantle to carry, man. Probably wasn't even born when these movies began, I suspect, but has joined the Bill and Ted family and is here with us today, man. The other half of the Bill and Ted progeny in the movie. Give it up for Bridget Lundy Payne, ladies and gentlemen.
And just a heads up that I use they, them pronouns.
Is that right? Well done. This cat, man, we all know this cat as one half of this legendary cinematic team. I also know this cat as a fellow filmmaker who was doing it back in the day, man. A cat who had the cover of Film Threat before I made a movie. I was like, oh my God. He not only has he given us half of the Bill and Ted equation for nearly 30 years, he's given us some wonderful documentaries, man, and he's going to give us the backstory of how this all finally happened, come together today. I hope, man. Give it up to the great Alex Winter, ladies and gentlemen. I still have that copy of Film Threat, Alex. One of the greatest, and I love saying this, man, because nobody ever says it about me, one of the greatest and unsung directors of our time, ladies and gentlemen, who made perhaps one of the only perfect films ever made, a little picture called Galaxy Quest. He's been working for a long time, and he brought his many skills to bear here on Bill and Ted Face the Music. Give it up for the director, Dean Pariseau, ladies and gentlemen. Magic words, ladies and gentlemen. That's what goes into making a screenplay. Screenwriters are truly wizards and magicians. The only form of magic that exists in this world. Remember, back in the day, they talk about you say some magic words, spell comes to life. It takes writers to put some magic words together, man, to make that spell come to life. The second half of this screenwriting equation, who's been on Bill and Ted forever, and if I remember correctly, maybe the Goofy movie as well. I'm not sure. We'll have to look into that. Give it up for the great Chris Matheson, ladies and gentlemen. Am I right about the Goofy movie, Chris?
You are, Kevin.
And last but certainly not least, a guy who's clearly trying to equal the amount of John Wick movies with Bill and Ted movies. Right now, neck and neck and stuff like that. He's been around for a long time, ladies and gentlemen, a legend, a true icon and stuff. The other half of the Bill and Ted equation. Give it up for the great Keanu Reeves, ladies and gentlemen. All right, kids. First, I'm going to begin with getting this off my chest right at the top. When somebody asks you to do something like this, you're always like, in theory, this is a great idea. And then you say yes. And then you're like, oh, Lord, I'm going to see the movie. What if I don't like the movie? How do I have this conversation and stuff? So they let me watch the movie yesterday. And I watched it right here in this room. I prepared a Beyond Burger, sat down at my laptop, and went to work. And this is a comedy. It's a wonderful movie. But I cannot tell you how emotional this movie was for me. Last half hour of the movie, I am bawling. And these are not like tears of, they ruined it. They are tears of like, this movie's transcendent. Like they cracked the code. It's a beautiful experience. People have asked me over the course of the last few hours since I've seen it, like, what is it? And I said, look, I don't mean this as dismissive. This is the highest compliment I could give something. This movie is adorable. It is to be adored. It makes one feel warm in these hopeless times. It's a hopeful movie. It's fun. It took me on a time machine journey in and of itself, in as much as like we revisit eras that we've been to in the past. Seeing George pop up for a moment was like everything. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, and they might cut that out. Hearing reference to old friends, let's say, everything about it was a perfect viewing experience. I left this office bawling. And mind you, stay all the way through the credits. And first person I saw was my wife, and she was like, what documentary were you watching? And I was like, it was Bill and Ted Face the Music. Like, you guys crushed it. And when I looked at the formula, because I was like, okay, it all starts with the ideas and whatnot, I was so delighted to see both Ed and Chris still writing. Boys, take me into the DNA. How did this begin? Was this something that began years back, or did it come together in recent times? Tell.
Well, they started in 1983. Ed and I did like a little improv group with some friends, not for an audience, just to kind of play with characters and comedy. And we just started, and so the suggestion was two teenage boys studying history, don't know anything about history. And we started playing these two guys, and we just liked them instantly. They struck us as really funny instantly. And we just started playing with them. And
so wait, technically before Alex and Keanu played Bill and Ted, you guys played Bill and Ted?
In a way. You could say that, sort of, yeah.
Yeah, there's such a fun character to inhabit that we just were doing it for fun. You know, we never did it in front. Well, once we did it in front of an audience at UCLA, we took questions as Bill and Ted, and basically everything was either excellent or bogus, as far as I remember.
Yeah.
They were so much fun to play that we would just goof around for God, how long, Chris? Like a year or something?
Yeah, we just played with them, and we would like talk on the phone as Bill and Ted, and we would write letters back and forth as Bill and Ted. We just loved them. They were just really fun to be. And long before we thought of putting them in a movie or anything like that, we just enjoyed them.
There's a story we've told before, but it's apropos to this, which is it was hard for us to imagine who would take the characters over. And we were not involved in the casting process or anything. And we were in Arizona where the movie was about to shoot. And we were in line at a McDonald's, and we were actually complaining to each other, like, God, I bet whoever they cast is never going to be able to do it the way we hoped and all that. And then there were these two guys in front of us in line at McDonald's just goofing off and talking to each other. And Chris and I were like, now those should be the people that play Bill and Ted. And then we ended up on set for the first rehearsal, and it was Alex and Keanu.
No.
Yeah, unbelievable.
So small world. What? So wait, whose idea was it to be like, let's turn it into a screenplay?
Well, we were going to write kind of a skit movie with a bunch of different skits, because we had just a bunch of silly ideas. And Bill and Ted were going to be one of the pieces. It was going to be like a 8 or 10 minute piece. And it was actually my dad, who was Richard Matheson, who wrote I'm Legend and Shrinking Man. And I sort of ran it by him, and he said, you can make a whole movie out of that. And so we started looking at it that way.
I'm sorry. You probably saw my eyes like hit the roof and stuff. Richard Matheson is in the DNA of Bill and Ted as well. Not just physically, but like creatively as well.
Yeah. In that respect, he is. Yeah.
Bill and Ted happens. And as I remember, very successful in the moment, not only box office wise, but just pop culturally. Bogus and Excellent entered the lexicon on a regular basis at that point. How quickly were they like, let's go do a sequel? Which I remember as Bill and Ted Go to Hell. And then I remember there was like, we got to change that title. We can't run ads in papers. Was that the story?
Yeah, we initially were kind of pitched an idea from the producers to do Bill and Ted Go Back, have another test to take, and they have to take an English test this time, and they go into books. And Chris and I were like, oh man, we don't want to rehash like that. And we had this other idea, which we thought, what if we just kill them and send them to hell, and call it Bill and Ted Go to Hell? And we're not into it, surprisingly, until we flew to Massachusetts. I think Keanu was doing a play there, like a Shakespeare, right? And we flew there, and we said, okay, there's two ideas. The one they want us to do, and this other one. And if we didn't have the backing of Alex and Keanu, who basically said, there's no way we're doing the first one, we got to do the second one, we wouldn't have gotten to do the weirder version, which I think I'm just so grateful that we got to do.
When did they say, like, look, it's got to be Bogus Journey. It can't be like Go to Hell. I loved as a kid. I was like, I can't believe that's the most metal title of all time. Bill and Ted Go to Hell.
I think that was the shooting title. I mean, I think when we were in production, that's what it was called. I think it was just when it came time to release it, they were not going to release a movie called Bill and Ted Go to Hell. But I'm pretty sure that was the production title.
So when does Face the Music come into your lives? Because I know there's been talk about, doing another Bill and Ted for a while. And is this the version that had been talked about years ago, or was it more recent for you guys?
Well, there wasn't really a version years ago. It was, we all went on our merry way, and we all stayed really good friends. And it was some years ago now, good at least 10 years ago, that we were all having dinner, Chris and Ed and Keanu and myself, and they posed quite similarly to when they posed the Bill and Ted Go to Hell idea, as I recall. In fact, it felt similar. In fact, none of us have really matured, so it felt pretty much identical. And they were like, we got this other idea for a Bill and Ted movie, and we just felt anecdotal. And they kind of, not really pitched us, but sort of laid out this very summary version of a kind of a piss take of Dickens, of sort of going back into your life and finding that each iteration of your life was worse than the previous. Pretty damn funny. And, none of us had really thought about embarking on a journey of trying to make a third. And even that night, I think we all kind of left that dinner going, well, this isn't really worth doing. No one really needs it unless it's really great and we could somehow magically hold on to the creative well enough that it stayed, maintained its integrity of that initial idea. And thus began a very long road to get us to sitting in front of you on our laptops today.
Beautiful. Let me take it to the boys without whom there is no adventure. At first, you guys are those boys, but the next generation of those boys would be Alex and Keanu. When did it enter your lives? Here, let me ask you this. Did you have to audition for Bill and Ted, or were you just offered Bill and Ted?
Reeves?
We went through a very vigorous audition process.
Was it?
Are you talking about the recent one or in the past?
No, the first one. I assumed this third one was an easy job to get.
No, we had to audition again. It was really They weren't totally sure that we could do it.
Yeah, no, the first audition was, I recall in the end there was about 10 artists, and we would all kind of revolve door and sometimes play Bill, sometimes play Ted, and interact with each other. And Alex, you remember that there was actually a lunch. Like, we started in the morning, had lunch, went to the end of the day.
Yeah, it was more like an athletic tryout than an actual acting audition. It was a grueling and I would say somewhat unnecessarily prolonged experience. And the really weird thing about the way they did it, I think now in retrospect, everyone who made that movie was super young, right? The writers are young. The director, Steve Herrick, super young. Scott Crew produced it. It's sort of a nice way of saying no one knew what the hell they were doing. So, it was pretty grueling. Keanu and I became friends to some degree on the audition process for that. We kept getting brought back and be like, sort of like Fred and Sam in the Warner Brothers cartoons. And eventually we just kind of got to know each other a little bit during the audition process. But we were very relieved when we finally got it. Frankly, just that process was over at the very least.
When did you guys know that Bill and Ted broke through? Not just it did well at the box office, but was a cultural phenomenon, a pop cultural phenomenon.
I think as soon as people started yelling in the street, I know when I would be on the street, sometimes people would just be like, "Be excellent!" and "Party on!" So I was like, "Oh, cool, all right."
Yeah,
happening.
I remember going to Paris on vacation, right after the first one came out, and being on the Champs-Élysées and seeing a couple of skate punk kids that were 10, 11, 12 years old, and they were talking like Bill and Ted, and that sort of, it kind of hit me at that point that it had sort of seeped into the culture on some level.
Bill, we've spent our whole life trying to unite the world. And I'm tired, dude.
Ted, we have a destiny to fulfill.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Greetings, my excellent friend. We have a problem.
Step forward. A song created by Preston Logan, performed tonight, will save reality as we know it.
The extension of that storyline, of course, into Bill and Ted Face the Music, includes a new generation. Sam and Bridget, take me to one at a time, obviously not on top of one another, but what is the process by which one ascends to the position of B and T in the movie, man? I would imagine was there, did you have to audition like Keanu and Alex did? Or was it hey, we're just going to offer this to you?
No, yeah, we had to audition. It was it wasn't as rigorous by any means as that. We didn't have a lunch. It was a 15-minute in and out.
Afford a lunch. Sorry.
Couldn't afford it, trust me.
Oh yeah, they were "Get out of here before you get too hungry." But it was good. It was, for myself personally, I had never seen the movie, and I didn't want to see it before I went in because I just wanted to kind of go in blind. But I watched a 2-second clip of what their voices sounded like, and then went in. It was just as goofy as possible, and the second time got to read with Sam. And
wait, you did a full 2 seconds of prep?
Yeah, girl. That's how I got to where I am. What do you think? I haven't seen my 2-second research.
Everybody out in the audience listening, that should be an inspiring story, because everything your teachers ever said about being prepared doesn't matter.
Oh, no, trust me. That's what I learned in high school. Just study a little bit in the bathroom before class. You good.
Just cram. Yeah.
Commit. That's all. But yeah, I got to meet Sam and we hit it off.
Yeah. I hadn't seen the films either.
Wait,
but I remember
seriously?
when
Neither of you saw Bill and Ted before
No.
getting the movie?
I unfortunately was born in 92, so
Yeah, you missed it.
all before my time. And also I think it was quite, I could be wrong. I know a few Aussies who have seen it, but I think it's quite an American cultural phenomenon. But that I could be ignorant about that. But I remember getting an email with the audition and reading it and saying, "What's Bill and Ted?" And my partner was sitting next to me, and he leapt off the couch and started doing this bizarre surfer voice I had never heard of, and started saying, sounding like this. That's when I realized, those films created they really had an impact on the culture of America and surf culture, especially, because Jimmy was like, "Dude, you got to do the audition, bro." And I was just like, "What? Who have you just become?" And then he immediately said, "You have to get this job. Let's watch both back to back right now." And we had so much fun. I just hadn't seen films like that before. It was so innocent and naive and delightfully funny and then was in Santa Monica and reading opposite Bridget and just gave it my best shot. But it was really daunting trying to fill Bill and Ted's shoes, but still trying to make a character different from doing an impression of them. That was the tricky part.
In that respect, did you study Alex and did Bridget study Keanu, or were you just like, well, 6 of one, half dozen the other, we just have to kind of sound like they both sound? Or is there a separate tick, did you notice, to the performance of Bill and the performance of Ted?
Yeah, I won't speak for Bridget, but for me, I watched Alex's performance and tried to study his physical way that he held himself as Bill, and tried to sort of bring that into a more feminine, just something different to make it different from Bill and make it more Thea, and try and make her different, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Right. Well done. What about you, Bridge?
Well, totally watching the movies, but also the experience of meeting you guys, becoming friends with you guys, but also secretly watching you all the time to see how you move your arms. Is the crazy part of being an actor. But I feel like it was so much Billy and Thea are geniuses in the way that Bill and Ted are goofy, naive, looking around for the answer. So that was sort of, I think, where we found and played with that differences. Billy and Thea are so goofy, but their goofiness leads to them spouting these things that you're what? How did you know that? So that's it sort of led to the physical differences coming out of that.
Yeah, I remember the first time we performed with you guys, and obviously we became friendly when we were rehearsing and stuff. I remember in one scene, Reeves and I are standing there sort of facing off against you guys, and it was just a really wonderful moment of, we were, not saying we were worried about who was going to play those characters, but it was really important that they didn't feel like knockoffs of Bill and Ted and felt like they were their own people. And we were just I think we both sort of sighed with relief at the same time. It was just this sort of lovely performance that kind of smacked of the family, really more than sort of imitating us. It was we obviously were one family,
right? And
yet they're completely their own characters, which was great.
The experience of watching the movie for me yesterday, the first thing that I was struck by where I was like, oh, like I forgot. Like, is that Bill and Ted was always a PG venture. Like when I put my characters together, it's like the only traction I ever got was by them cursing their fool heads off and stuff. But as I'm sitting there watching the movie, I'm like, oh yeah, like it was incredibly user friendly. It was not an exclusionary movie by virtue of the fact that like you can't hear this language, so only 18 and up and stuff. And so as I'm watching Face the Music, I'm like, they chose a deft PG-13 hand. Like they chose the right guy. Dean, Galaxy Quest is an absolute masterpiece. Let's just start there. When you get the script, is there any trepidation in terms of like, ooh, these are characters that this has been done. Other people have handled these characters. Do I even want to risk it at this point in my career?
What career? Oh, right. Yeah, I mean it's daunting. They're iconic, right? And it's very hard to come back after 30 years. So all of that was part of the puzzle of putting it together. But to contemporize it, to also bring these characters back in middle age, and to find their daughters, which, by the way, in that casting session immediately was, there's no question. The weird thing in that casting session is it was obviously them, but then we didn't actually look at them physically, and then we put up photographs of Bill and Ted against Sam and Bridget, and we were just astounded also that they looked like they actually were their daughters. It was bizarre.
It plays. That's honestly like something I never really thought about growing up watching movies, whether people in movie families resemble one another. But my wife, whenever we watch stuff, she's always like, that's a good match. And I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, they actually look like relatives. And so last night when I was watching the movie here in my office, I was like, that's a good match. They actually kind of look like their counterparts. They're screen dads.
It's incredible. Well, but it's to their credit because they became their daughters. So in a sense, nothing else mattered. But then the added surprise was, and they actually look like they could be their daughters. So it's the thing that came first was, can they find?
Well, I will say, and thanks to Bill Corso and Dennis and Jennifer Starzyk for creating those wonderful wardrobes, and because as young women with makeup, it's easy to be too glam. So they did a perfect job of making us still different, but making us, their daughters, their lookalikes.
Yeah. Well, I think we all looked at them as young musical savants almost. They were brilliant on this level that is a discovery in the movie. And I think everyone you just talked about got together to help create those characters in a way that wasn't glam at all. It was eccentric and artistic, and I thought quite beautiful.
Let me ask everybody across the boards. Movies, of course, are made up of moments, a bunch of them strung together, and then somebody edits them later on and stuff. But while those moments are happening in front of camera, you also got moments happening behind camera as well. From each of you, just give me your favorite moment of working on Bill and Ted Face the Music.
The very first shot of the very first take of the very first scene that I did on Face the Music, I was supposed to be doing playing hopscotch by myself and cheating at it, and I tripped, and I caught myself. I sprained my wrist, and I thought this is a disaster. I'm off to such a great start.
Can I just say he did the whole rest of this, all those brilliant scenes with a swollen wrist. So somehow you channeled it.
Thank you, but the really fun moment though was when Alex and Keanu, when we finally were reunited on screen. And then it just went, it was just gangbusters from there. It was like we'd never left off, that was my favorite moment was
that will bring
joining the boys.
That will definitely bring inflammation down. Old friends coming together on a movie set. Sam, what about you? Favorite moment working on Bill and Ted Face the Music?
I think actually watching those three have that very special, felt almost intimate. That was really touching and incredible. I felt so lucky to be there to actually watch that. And then I think a close second is the first scene of the film. Bridget and I are watching our fathers perform. I never laughed so hard at also just like seeing Keanu Reeves, go from John Wick to just dancing around holding these insane instruments. I'm sorry if you can't use this, but I was crying with laughter, and my character had to be so in love and obsessed with the song and really just swaying and going with it. Oh my goodness, that was such a highlight because I didn't have to really act. I could just watch these two incredible actors just go absolutely bananas. Oh, that was a fun day.
I hadn't really thought about it, but like for your generation, you've had to watch like John Wick become Ted Logan, but it was reversed for me. I had to watch Bill and Ted eventually grow up to become John Wick. How strange! What a reverse process. Bridge, did you?
Hugo and Keanu worked together, so that was a weird connection as well.
Bridge, do you have it? Did you want to?
Killed my uncle.
Yeah. Oh my God! Oh my God! That's right. How strange! That's so. Like every day at work, you were just like,
Mrs. Smith, I'm coming for you.
Yes, Mr. Anderson. Did you call him Mr. Anderson while you were making the movie? Oh my God, that's awesome. Bridge, what about you?
So I don't know if you're allowed to use this, but everyone who we find throughout history who's a musician in this film is like actually a brilliant musician. And so like going through history and like watching them play, like Patty Ann Miller, who plays Grom, is like actually the like most phenomenal drummer, and like to see her like doing it with bones on turtle shells in the scene where we find her. I don't know if you can use any of this, but just like to shout out all the brilliant actual musical talent that went into this.
Along those lines, the reason I was hesitant at first when you asked me was my favorite two moments of making the movie weren't on set. One was, and it kind of combines what both Keanu, what you were talking about in terms of the John Wick thing and also the musicians. One was a night where some of the actors who played some of the musicians just came to the place where we were staying, and we had a music night and just played music with them. And it was really fun and just off the cuff and really like a community. And it was really, really sweet. But I think my favorite moment, my most salient moment, was on a day where we were shut down because of a potential hurricane. We were all stuck up in a town called Covington. And Alex and Keanu both in different ways like hosted the whole cast and the whole crew. We actually went to, it was like a 1:00 performance of John Wick. The whole crew and cast were stuck there. And Keanu actually hosted this production of John Wick that we all watched. And then Alex hosted a lunch afterwards, or maybe it was the both of you guys. I don't remember, but and we just hung out there. None of us could work. And I thought, this is just amazing.
Dude, we better write that song now. Or why can't we just go to the future when we have written it and take it from ourselves? Except, won't that be stealing? Cheers! How is that stealing if we're stealing it from ourselves, dude?
Dude, our dads are totally in trouble. We should help them out.
No way! How's it going, Bill and Ted?
You're talking about playing with toys that you guys first created back in the 80s, and to have those transcendent moments because you guys sat together and said, what if a guy said this and what if another guy said this, even before you put it on the page. That's the universe manifesting joy back at you for putting so much joy into it. Well done. What about you, Alex?
I guess for me, there's a couple, but the first week, the movie was really hard physically. And it's fun. That's a good thing. It's not all a negative thing, but it was, we're older and the script was even more physical than the first two for Keanu and myself, especially. So it was super physical. And I remember maybe about halfway through week one, I think we were shooting, not to give stuff away, we're shooting one of the iterations of our former selves. And I just remember, the whole kind of family is there and all these people have known most of my life. And Keanu and I were kind of getting ourselves up to speed after all this rehearsing. I just remember we got into the characters, this sort of rocker characters that we play in this one sequence. And we just kind of like went off. And I remember coming off set and kind of looking at him and looking at me. It was like, Bill and Ted are f***ing back. And it's like you don't know, and it's like, and it's not to say we did a great job or anything. You know what I mean by this? It's just like internally, they're really fun to play. There's a sort of a kind of, you just have to sort of let them go and do their own thing, kind of wind them up and let them run. And then there's a real ensemble feeling to these movies, like me and him together, us and the daughters, the wives, us and Death. And when that groove is happening, when it's like working, especially because the tone is so specific, when everyone's locked into that tone together. So that's sort of, for me, the moment that I felt that most emotionally was the one I think that Sam mentioned, was meeting with Billy and the girls at Death's house, where it was just all of those things came together. Riffing with Sadler again, having him in my face, riffing off of Reeves, but having all that baggage of our past that comes to bear on it, and our kids there. That was my favorite moment for that reason.
That was my favorite moment too.
Sorry, not sorry.
And I'm saying, you say,
yeah. I mean, I think with kind of I don't know. There's nothing like. I mean, I can't feel or laugh or do anything like the way that working on Bill and Ted does, and working with Alex. I can't. That doesn't exist anywhere else in the world for me. So like to partner up and to work on the craft side of it, and then to get to play these characters that Chris and Ed have created, kind of be their children. But there's no other place that I can laugh like this, and to the craft, and then to play these characters. There's a few scenes that stand out, and a lot of scenes actually, but it's like every day there's nothing, because Al gives such a wonderful performance, and it's so funny. And then playing these Bill and Ted, not only getting to play Bill and Ted, but older versions of Bill and Ted as they're getting more and more upset with us. But there's just getting to play off of Alex and the situation in the words. You can't. That doesn't exist anywhere else for me, and that kind of laughter and that kind of connection like that. It's fun.
And spoilers, like, how nice to not have to shoot anybody in a movie, right?
What are you talking about? It's really fun to do that. What do you mean?
I'm sure it is, but like, might be nice for one movie to be like, well, I'm going to use my words. Kids, it's a high bar to head back into classic territory. And whether you want to admit it or not, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure and Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey are now classic movies. Not only did y'all, what do they say? Execute. You executed very well. You elevated. You made a beautiful, beautiful motion picture. Funny, warm, everything that a movie should be. Takes you on an adventure, and then grabs you by the heart and doesn't let go. Not for the least of which reasons, like you're affectionate because you're like, I grew up with these characters. But in actually telling this story, like you added an important chapter to those characters. For lack of a better description, you let Bill and Ted grow up in this movie, man, and it's a really beautiful thing. So I thank all of you today on the panel who worked on the movie, and I especially thank Ed and Chris and Alex and Keanu, because, again, I can't say it enough. If I don't see Bill and Ted, I never get to Jay and Silent Bob. I remember when I was first doing press for like my movies and stuff, when I would talk about Jay and Silent Bob, I was like, these characters are part of a proud cinematic tradition, which goes as far back as Cheech and Chong and Bill and Ted and stuff like that. So you guys have always been in my creative DNA. I couldn't have done what I did unless you guys did what you did. Thank you for that very much.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Kevin, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kids, that's it for our Bill and Ted Face the Music panel here at Comic-Con, San Diego Comic-Con International 2020. Give it up for these fine people, ladies and gentlemen. They can't hear your applause, but you could do it at home. Performers love applause, so give it to them. Enjoy Comic-Con, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great con.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Wait, should we do a shout out to Hal Landon Jr. and Amy and some of the supporting cast?
Yeah.
And Scott
Anthony Carrigan,
Beck Bennett and Hal Landon, Amy Stott,
Amy, Missy,
Kid
my
Cudi,
dad, Hal Landon Jr.,
Aaron and Jayma, Holly Taylor, Kristen Shaw, Jillian Bell. It keeps going.
Jillian Bell,
Taylor,
Holly's Rockers.
Yes.
And there's
Thank
one
you.
other person. There is one other person who's been on this for 35 years, and it's Scott Kruth.
Scott Kruth, our producer.
There you go.
Scott.
Well done.
Alex Lomovici.
Joey Johnson,
Mark Isham and music.
Oh, Mark Isham.
I legit love the movie. Like, seriously, I bawled my eyes out. I want to be careful about saying that so people aren't like, why are you crying at a comedy? But it is so emotionally satisfying. Like, you fucking stuck the landing. It was a tall order to head back in, but so worth the effort. Everybody across the board's made it a wonderful emotional experience, man. That's what fucking movie making should always be. Well done, please.
Hey everyone, this is Steve Weintraub with Collider, and I am super happy to be saying hello to everyone out there for Collider's panel on Constantine, the 15th anniversary. As you can see in the windows around on our Zoom call, we have Keanu Reeves, Francis Lawrence, Akiva Goldsman. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in this call today, or this panel, if you will.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
I'm going to start immediately with when was the last time the three of you have done something like this together for Constantine, or been in the same room together?
Probably not since the film was released.
Yeah, probably the premiere.
Yeah, I think it might have been the premiere, the junket, or something like that. It was the last time the three of us were together.
Constantine was one of these projects that was in development at Warner Brothers in the late 90s. I want to start with Akiva. How did you first get involved in Constantine? How did this land in your doorstep?
I had a deal at Warner Brothers at the time. I was trying to convince people to let me be a producer. The script laying around, which was really compelling. And Lorenzo de Bonaventura and Bob Brassel and I put it together with Nick Cage and Tarsem directing. And we started prepping the movie. And then we stopped prepping the movie. And the movie went to sleep for a while. And slowly but surely, the idea was durable enough, like many interesting scripts, to outlive whatever struggles it had. And there was this video director who was really something. And so began this restructuring of Constantine with the three of us playing various parts in order to try to get it up and alive again. And I watched it last night for the first time in a long time, and it's really cool.
I want to jump to Keanu. When did you first hear about Constantine, and what was it about the character and the material that said, I want to do this?
I wasn't familiar with the character. I hadn't read Hellblazer or seen any of the Alan Moore stuff in Swamp Thing. So I didn't know the character, and it was brought to me by my manager at the time, Erwin Stoff. I think when it was brought to me, Akiva and Francis and were already kind of on board with the project. Is that correct?
No, I wasn't on yet. You were on before me.
You had had meetings, so.
Yeah, I had meetings. Yeah, but you were one of the gauntlets that I needed to pass before.
I remember. Yeah. So yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
Fantastic meeting very well. So I didn't know the character. It was brought to me. Really loved the script. And once, then I did some research on the character, and it was I was not hesitant, but I'm not English and I'm not blonde, and the character is. So I had to reconcile that, and part of that was, well, what was at the base of the character? What could I bring to the character? Why even do it? And it's such a beautiful character, this kind of humanitarian, cynic, kind of tired, world weary, tired of all of the rules and morals and ethics and angels and but still a part of it. So I loved his sense of humor. So I was really excited to, I had seen a few of Francis's videos. I think the Lady Gaga video was probably the most recent up to it, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
When I went to the meeting to meet with Francis, Francis had all the boards up, it was really kind of, a vision was there of the film, which I really loved. And so I was excited to have the opportunity to work with Francis, and then got to meet with Akiva and kind of come up to speed with the team. And yeah, it was just really, I mean, I love the film. I love the character. So it was cool to be able to play that role and jump into it.
Francis, I'm curious. You had done so many music videos and were very successful, but Constantine was your first feature film. I'm curious, what was it like walking into the studio for the first time and sort of pitching them on why you are the right guy to, this should be your first feature film?
Well, it took a while. I mean, my first meeting was with Bob Brassel, the gentleman that Akiva just mentioned, who was an exec there at the time. So the script had been brought to me also by Irwin, who was Keanu's manager at the time. And so I went in and basically had to convince Bob that I had a vision for the movie and that I was a responsible filmmaker. I mean, music video guys were not sort of known for being responsible, or thinking about or caring about actors and story. And so I spent a fair amount of time convincing Bob. I sort of got past him, and then had to sort of make the rounds to all the producers. And, Akiva was one of the producers. I think he was in New York at the time. So I flew out to meet with him. Lauren Schuler Donner, who was here in LA, went and met with her. And Keanu, if I remember right, was still finishing shooting the Matrix sequels. And so he wasn't back from Australia yet. So this was about a 9-month process where I was slowly building out this kind of visual presentation, for the movie, and meeting with all the producers and executives at Warner Brothers. And that all kind of culminated with me meeting with Keanu, I want to say a day or two after you got back from Australia. And we had this, epic 4 or 5 hour meeting just talking about the story and the character and, the look and other casting ideas and all of that.
I'm very curious, how nervous were you, Francis, after all this time and energy you'd spent getting ready for that meeting with Keanu? Because ultimately, that meeting doesn't go well, you're not doing the movie.
No, I was very nervous. There was a ton of work into the presentation itself. I had already started having story meetings with Akiva, so there were already some of my ideas that were integrated into the script. So that would have been a giant bummer. And look, I was a first-time feature director and a music video guy. So there's, there were definitely things to overcome. This was not, there was real convincing that needed to be done with every single person I met along the way.
This was being made in 2004, I believe, came out in 2005. At the time, the comic book movie genre was not what it is today. And I think right before that, you had, Bryan Singer's X-Men, you had Sam Raimi's Spider-Man that were sort of setting the tone of the genre. This new version of the genre, if you will. How much did those films, do you remember, sort of dictating what you wanted to do with this? Or were you looking at other films that had come before and said, we want to do this, we don't want to do that?
I definitely wasn't looking at comic book movies as references. I mean, in all honesty, I was looking at noir films. I would look at something like Blade Runner over any other kind of comic book movies, or The Third Man or Maltese Falcon, and things like that, because there was just a huge noir tone and influence in the story and the characters, and I wanted it to influence the aesthetic of the film itself. So I watched a lot of films like that as opposed to other comic book movies.
I am also curious, you were making this film around the same time that Nolan was making Batman Begins at the same studio. Were they trying to make sure both films were different? Did it really matter what he was doing? Did that come up at all?
In all honesty, I think Warner Brothers didn't care that much about the movie at the time when we were making it. It all changed when they saw the first cut, which was an amazing thing to see. There was sort of a transition of power, right, as I got the job to make the movie. So the people sort of at the top and the executive level inherited the project and kind of went along with it. But I don't think they had much faith in it until they saw the cut. So I really wasn't getting noted by the studio at all.
And we were doing something that was weird. As Francis said, it was noir, it was stylish, it was horror, and it was comic book. But, comic book is, you can have comic book horror, and you can have comic book science fiction, and you can have comic book romance. And so we were doing a thing that was atypical, at least thus far. Once it started to roll out, I mean, it's sort of from the first frame of the movie, you suddenly go, oh, I'm in sure hands. Like somebody is going to move me through a story. What movie am I watching? And that's sort of once Francis gets you, all right, and he carries you to Keanu, and then there's Keanu's. I mean, that hallway and that kid, the possessed girl who's not a kid but looks like a kid. You just suddenly are in for a ride, and not one you necessarily expected. So I think that's when the studio kind of went, perhaps we should pay attention now.
Yeah, I remember we actually cut together. It was about a 25-minute sort of sizzle reel for the movie. It was before the movie was actually cut and had a screening. That's probably the most nervous I was on the entire movie. And we were showing all the executives and the new president at Warner Brothers. And that's when everything changed. Suddenly we were on the radar. Suddenly they were excited about us. And it sounds weird because it was not a cheap movie to make, but it's true. We were sort of off their radar until that screening of that footage. And weirdly enough, my first time at Comic-Con, we screened that exact same 25-minute sizzle reel. It was the first time in Hall H, and we put it up there, and you're backstage and you hear the whole thing. And we went out and did this panel for Constantine, which was very cool. But it was that same exact sizzle reel that we showed the studio.
And 15 years later, you're at Comic-Con at home.
Exactly.
Downtown Los Angeles plays such a role in this movie, and it adds so much. It's a character.
One of the great things that Keanu did very early on was we had set the story in Los Angeles, and it's still not often that you actually get to shoot in Los Angeles. But I think Keanu, if I'm right, you actually put it in your deal that we had to do it in LA. You were not going to go to Toronto or Vancouver or Atlanta or one of these places to cheat it for LA. We were really in LA. So that was great. So that battle was done, long before we got the green light, which was fantastic.
I love LA and I love filmic LA. And so I love being on the streets. I like the way the weather changes. I like the early dawn, the deep night. Color of the lights, people who are on the street. It's got a good vibe. And I think, maybe as soon, I want to bring it up as soon as possible, but it's Philippe Rousselot's the cinematographer.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job. And Naomi Shohan, the production designer as well. And because we set the story in LA and we got to shoot it thanks to Keanu in LA, I actually chose Naomi because she had done Training Day, and I really loved all the location work and the set design and decoration that she did in Training Day. And I saw that she wasn't, this wasn't about going to the sort of LA landmarks like, the Santa Monica Pier or the Hollywood sign. It was like getting into real LA, like parts of, Koreatown and Echo Park and parts of downtown that, people hadn't shot in that much and things like that. And so she was great with all that.
Shout out to Frank Capello as well, who was kind of like this, in the roots of the tree.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And Kevin Broadbent.
Yeah. No, there was good team spirit on this movie. I have to say, it was my first. And so I got
spoiled.
A little spoiled, yes, by how much love the whole cast and crew had for the project and the sort of spirit and energy everybody had going forward. And it's not like that on everything. And you don't need sort of too many, spoiled apples to kind of ruin the mood. And this team did not have that at all. It was great team spirit the whole way through.
Something that Keanu, I've seen you work on set a few times, and I've heard so many stories about how awesome you are and how gracious you are to the crew. How have you managed to keep yourself so grounded, or have you ever come close to not being as grounded and awesome as you are now and sort of caught yourself?
That's kind of you to say, Steve, but I don't know. I love what I do, and I like going to work, and I like being creative, and we're all in it together. So,
just go play, have some fun.
Sure. I just want to, for people that are watching, I did a set visit on Neon Demon. I don't think you were working that day, Keanu, and you came in to talk to us, rode a motorcycle to set, hung out, and then took off. Trust me when I say, out of all the movies I've done set visits on, this is not the norm at all.
Well, I mean, whatever, man. I just, just whatever. I can't speak about, anyway. But, yeah, I mean, we had a really wonderful, well, I'm sure you have got questions about it, but the cast, and I think to what Francis was saying, everyone really loved the material and loved working with Francis. And anyway.
Sure. I'm going to continue with my...
A shout out to the operator, Mark LaBonge.
Yeah, good one. Nice callback. Yeah, Mark LaBonge. He did a great job on that.
Right? Yeah. It's something that, and it was actually one of those experiences on a film you kind of get a relationship with not only the production design, the cinematography, the mise en scène, the character and stuff, but the world that you're moving in. And then the relationship between the operator and the first AC, especially when you're doing a picture or a role like Constantine, you really work hand in hand in the ballet of, the vision of the director and trying to make the shapes and hit the marks and let people know ahead of time where you're going. And Mark LaBonge is amazing. And our first Josh McLaughlin, who's awesome.
Yeah. Pam was the first AC, and Daryl on the dolly grip.
Killers. A great LA crew, man. Best in the world. Anyway.
Probably at the heart of why Keanu put LA in his deal, which is if you're going to shoot LA for LA and you're actually there, the city starts to help inform every piece of the production.
Did you ever discuss having another character from Vertigo, from DC in the movie, or was it always just going to be Constantine?
Wait, you got Midnight? You got Chaz? What are you talking about?
Well, right now, when you have these, absolutely true, but what you have nowadays with the genre is you're always trying to get this bigger universe, if you will. And while you touch on that with the characters you just mentioned, you're not in the overarching, DC storyline or this huge, you don't have Superman flying in, if you will. And I'm just curious if there was ever any talk about bringing in other DC characters.
Not while I was on. While I was on, the focus was on Constantine and Constantine's world. So all the characters that surround him, but yeah, not sort of weaving in any of the other kind of classic DC heroes.
Cool. The movie ended up being released as a rated R, but it was, to me, like a PG-13 movie that was just over the line. When did you find out it was going to be rated R, and did you ever battle the MPAA to try to get PG-13?
Originally, when we all started on this, we thought it was going to be a rated R film. Warner's then dictated that it had to be PG-13 because of what it cost. And we actually kind of followed. We got the sort of list of guidelines of what you can do and you can't do in a PG-13 movie. And we followed those rules to a T. I mean, the amount of times you can say the kinds of nudity, the blood, the violence, all of those things. And we screened it for the MPAA. And I mean, I remember hearing that they got about 5 minutes in and put their notepads down and said that we got a hard R for tone. And so this is not something that's on the list, but basically there's this sort of, I think it was an overwhelming sense of dread was what I heard that they had from the opening scene onward. And they didn't think there was anything that we could do about it. Basically what we had was a PG-13 movie that got an R rating. And so, which just killed me because it's like, if we were going to get an R rating, I would have made an R-rated movie. We could have really gone for it in terms of intensity and, violence and language and all those kinds of things. But we got a bit screwed on that front. And we did try to fight, but we obviously didn't win that battle.
It's do you think if it was released today, it would still get an R for tone? Or do you think that the goalpost has moved?
there's a kind of weird subset of religious horror, and that seems to get an R much more quickly. What you learn is that despite the fact that there are guidelines, it's a purely subjective interpretation, and that subjectivity has sort of like it ebbs and flows based on the group that is designating the rating. But we have a lot of demons. Demons seem for some reason to trigger an R rating. There you have it. I've now given every prospective filmmaker the key to getting an R rating. Just have demons. You're welcome.
Keanu, throughout the entire film, you are either being rained on or smoking a cigarette. Which was more of a pain, the cigarettes or the rain?
What do you mean pain? Man, that was fun. Talking about.
There were a couple of days where Keanu turned green, where we did enough takes where, you know, he kept having to smoke those fake cigarettes. And
oh yeah, the smoke for the spider in the glass.
The spider, that's right.
Oh.
But we got the shot. Keanu also gave me this.
Oh yes.
Oh, the shotgun. Yeah.
The best wrap gift I've ever gotten on a movie. Keanu actually had the prop guy make a second one of these. It's made of bronze. This thing weighs probably 35 pounds. It's insane. So
yeah, awesome.
You have the other one?
No.
I think it's probably just in a Raiders of the Ark like warehouse at Warner Brothers or something. The other one.
I really so enjoyed working with Francis and Akiva, but also, you know, just having Francis's vision, having Akiva's story sense and humor and experience, you know, really, and then the crew that was assembled, and then the cast, you know, and playing that role, you know, I get to have these great moments with all of the characters in the film, you know. So throwing down with Peter Stormare as I'm bleeding out and he's leaning into me and he's like lighting my cigarette, you know, and like that confrontation with all white with the black, or throwing down with Tilda Swinton as she's choking me. Hello, John, with her foot on my throat, you know, working with Shia LaBeouf and like, just, you know, his dying scene, or even, you know, working with Djimon Hounsou, and just, you know, I love that moment when he starts to pray and Constantine is just like, ugh, you know. But then the scene with Djimon and I when he's, you know, doing the water and I'm taking my shoes off, you know, Max Baker going. I mean, there was just so many. What was the cat's name when in the opening of the film? Pruitt
Taylor Vince, yeah.
Yeah, the cast, and there's so many, the dialogue is so juicy and the scenes are so, you know, that hard-boiled thing, that mystery, you're walking in, you don't know. And then, you know, for me in the opening of the film, you know, we kind of shot and we were there and just like leaning back on a bed, holding up a mirror and like being flat to the ground, like, you know, there was just so many times getting to work with such extraordinary artists, and we were all just having fun. I mean, the dialogue and the costumes were great, and the production design was great, and the crew. I mean, no one was like, everyone came in, rolled up their sleeves. It was collaborative. Everyone contributed. You know, working with Rachel Weisz was, you know, it was the second time I'd had a chance to work with her, so we had a shorthand. You know, working nights, working days, Philippe Rousselot walking on a set. So for me, it's those moments of just, you know, working with Peter, working with, like, as I said, with Tilda and everybody. There's just, I look on those moments, and then walking into those buildings and having them and shooting on film.
Francis, this was your first film. Did you feel like any additional pressure to deliver something like cool and stylized and sort of, you know, demonstrate your look as a director? Because when I was rewatching it, something that I sort of forgot about were how many cool shots are in this film, and the way you use slow motion and the way the rain comes down and the angles. Like you made a lot of really great choices. And I'm curious, how much pressure did you put on yourself to make something that would stand out like that?
I mean, in all honesty, the pressure I felt was to focus on the story, get the story right, and to work with the actors. I feel like I wanted to focus on story and acting, and let the sort of 10, 12 years of doing music videos sort of be second nature, and have the style part, come secondary to story and character. It's a visual art, and I like the visual side of things, and I think in images. And so I enjoy the world building aspect of movie making. And so I definitely leaned into that, but I felt the pressure to focus on the other things, because I think everybody expected for me to be able to make things look good. And I think people were worried that I wouldn't focus on story and character.
This film had an after the credits scene, and this was released back in 2005. The way you guys did it was well before the MCU with Iron Man in 2008. I'm curious, how did you end up with the after the credits scene, and was there any pressure to not include it? Because it wasn't the norm like it is now with so many movies with after the credit scenes.
The after the credit scene was Akiva's idea, which I thought was very cool. And one of the reasons, and that was not part of our initial shoot, it wasn't part of our sort of initial photography. After we had that screening of that sizzle reel and we got the studio really excited, Akiva and I kind of went back to them and said, hey guys, now that you're excited, there's a couple of other things we want to do. I'd really love to reshoot this club sequence, and we'd really love to do this thing at the end, after the credits. Akiva has this idea. And they said, great, go ahead. And they gave us, a decent amount of money to go get additional footage. But yeah, that was Akiva's idea.
There's not a lot of explanation about anything. So it was a way of closing that story, opening up other stories should we ever have gotten to do them. Just again, in a sort of way that made sense to us, was relatively oblique compared to how things are typically laid out, but it was fun.
One of my favorite lines in the movie is there's the scene right before Keanu goes into hell, and he's in Rachel's apartment, and he has her fill up this pot with water and sort of, and sees the cat, right? And he sort of puts the cat in his lap, and he's sort of looking at it. And the way he held the cat's face also made everybody in the audience, I guess because there was this overwhelming sense of dread, thought he was going to peel the skin off the cat's face or something. Line makes absolutely no sense. Absolutely.
I know what it means.
Yes. Yes. But in the world of Constantine, it totally makes sense. And you just buy that he has ways of doing things, and he understands things and has connections to different things. And it's one of my favorite little moments in the movie.
Was it supposed to be hot or cold?
In front of the chair.
Can't believe I'm doing this.
These all of Isabel's things?
Yeah.
How about the cat?
Duck? Yeah, why?
Duck.
Oh, you think that's strange?
Cats are good. Half in, half out anyway.
This is some kind of spell or something. Don't you need candles and a pentagram for it to work?
Why, do you have any?
This is crazy.
Yes. I need you to leave.
I'm sorry.
Angela, please. The apartment.
Okay. Be careful with that cat.
God, God, I hate this part.
When I first read the script, hell was sort of an inky black void. I felt like I'd seen it before, and so I wanted to kind of come up with a different idea. And I also wanted to play with the idea of time when going to either heaven or hell. And so I actually pitched to Kiva this idea that, you know, when you go to hell, right, because this would be sort of a sense of eternity, that if you were to sort of come back, it's almost like no time has gone by at all, but you could have been there for, you know, minutes or days or years, let's say, in hell, and only a millisecond has gone by in the real world, which is why we did all the slow motion. So the idea that she's just leaving the room, he's going into hell just as she's starting to shut the door. And we shot with Photosonics, and I think we shot about 360 frames a second or something like that for, you know, the little wind on Rachel's hair and the door shutting and, you know, all of that. And then for the idea of hell, so it wasn't just a void, and to try and come up with a new concept, I liked the idea of giving either heaven or hell a geography, right? And coming up with this idea that wherever you are at any given moment, there is a hell version of where you are, and there's a heaven version of where you are, right? And so if John Constantine is sitting in this apartment and he's going to go into hell, he's going to go into the hell version of Los Angeles, right? So we set her apartment next to the, you know, 101 freeway. So he's going to sort of climb out and climb up onto this freeway that can get him to this hospital where all these kind of husks of cars are and things like that. So it just gave it all a sense of geography and some relief and grounded it a little bit instead of it just being this kind of blank void.
I want to say one more. I want to jump in and say one thing about that, because it's Francis's idea, and it's such an amazing idea. Hell has geography in Constantine. There's hell LA, there's hell Des Moines, there's hell Brooklyn, there's hell your mother-in-law's house, and they all exist. There's a whole planet of hell, a whole world, an earth that is hell, and that's extraordinary because suddenly hell got to be new. You know, it got to be entirely unexpected. And Francis is right. In the original script, it was just like, it was the same hell everybody had been to, but black and white, I think. It's something to think about. It's disturbing and lovely.
The VFX supervisor and I looked at a lot of nuclear bomb test footage, right? So this kind of colorized stuff. And so what we really liked is that moment when the sort of first kind of wave of heat hits a structure and you sort of get this super high wind heat incineration all happening at the same time, and decided that that's kind of what hell should be like, right? And so when you go down there, you've got that kind of incinerator, forest fire, nuclear, you know, sort of color space. You've got that wind, you've got the sort of heat distortion and turbulence in the air, just to make it really, really a nasty place to be.
Keanu, do you remember filming that sequence specifically with the cat?
Oh, in the room. Yeah. I mean, I remember being in hell, and I remember being in the apartment, and I remember the cat. I didn't know what I was going to do with the cat until I met the cat. Then the cat told me what to do.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was. It was just that little curl like that where you just sort of pulled it back. And the first test screenings, you could see the audience was like, oh no, what's he going to do?
cat eye. Sometimes we didn't know what we were going to do, but we would just go do it. So, I mean, it was, getting the water. I mean, also, I think that scene plays to a lot of what you're talking about. If you include the hell sequence, I also love that the demons had their brains gone. So the seed of the soul had been scooped out like an urchin, like eating an urchin, so that was interesting too and fun. And the way that their joints move backwards. Anyway, and then kind of like running machines, trying to get that stuff, and then doing the wire jump. That was fun. But that sequence has, half in, half out, has all of the hard boiled, has the humor, has the cinema, has the vision, has the writing, has the playfulness, has that dread. It has what's going to happen. So that sequence, if you go into it and then go to hell and come back out, and the door click and her hair and coming back, and then cutting back to John and the steam coming off his back, and he's, and the physical cost, the toll that it took him. And then the drama, the flip, how that's like the sister and the reveal, and then the kind of momentum of the storytelling and the performance that Rachel gives and the intimacy of that. You're getting spectacle, intimacy. It feels real. One
of the things I think that the film does so well is it has a lot of really cool character moments, but then out of the blue, something actiony will happen, or it'll be edge of your seat, and then you're back to character moments. And it never does it like, with a lot of movies, there's going to be a thing in the first act, second act, third act. And this movie, it's throughout the entire film. It's always keeping you guessing.
That was part of the idea, was to always be a bit surprising. One of the things that I learned from Akiva that I've tried to carry through in everything that I've done was, I think, a mistake that some people make, especially with, let's say, scares or surprises and things like that, is that often you enter in a scene as a filmmaker, you enter in a scene specifically to surprise. And it doesn't work that well unless you feel like you're in another kind of a scene, right? You have to be in a scene where something's happening, where you're drawn in through a character moment or some sort of relationship, dynamic connection, something where you feel like you're there, not because the scare is coming, right? And then when the scare sort of comes in or something actiony comes in, it's surprising. Where often people just you move into that room so that scary thing can happen. And I think people and audiences kind of sniff that out instantly.
Was there any talk at the time of doing a sequel, or did it ever not come up?
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Endlessly came up. Boy, we wanted to make a hard R sequel. Oh God, yeah. I mean, I think we'd probably make it tomorrow. I mean, yes, we tried a lot of different ways to find, it was always to the studios who made it, which were Village Roadshow and Warner Brothers. It was always a little bit of a feathered fish. Its oddness, the thing that you're talking about, which I do think is one of the most lovely things about the film, the way it is equally comfortable in a character scene between Keanu and Rachel as it is with demons flying, hurling themselves at a man who's going to light his fist on fire and expel them, is odd, right? It's not really action-packed. It just has a bunch of action. This movie isn't exactly a thing. It's kind of a few things, which is, I think, what's beautiful about it. But those seem to get harder and harder to make. And even then, I think much as we wanted to. And we've talked about it, and we've had ideas. And I would love that one of like, he wakes up in a cell. He has to identify the prisoner. Is that Frank's idea? Remember? And it was Jesus. And then he comes up because you think it's Beirut. He's in New York. I mean, there were, we talked about it.
We would definitely. I mean, but I will say that, we definitely talked about sequels, I think, more than the studio, because, the movie did fairly well. And this was also still a time when people sold DVDs. So I think it did decently at the time. But it wasn't a knockout success, and it also wasn't really sort of critically acclaimed by any means at the time. I mean, the kind of cool thing for me about this movie is just, in the 15 years since it released, every time I do a movie and I go out and travel the world and do junkets, I am signing Constantine DVDs more than any other movie that I've done. I mean, over the years, different countries, people really, really love this movie. And I think that it's like found a sort of a new life in a weird way. I mean, I even see articles where people, even like Rotten Tomatoes posted an article about, apologizing to Constantine for, the Rotten Tomato count that it had. And I think people have sort of discovered it recently, weirdly. It's always kind of had its kind of cult fan base, which has been great, but I think people have sort of discovered it in a new way. So I think we always loved it more than the studio loved it.
A lot of people don't realize Michelle Monaghan originally had a big part, well, not a huge part, but a role in this. And she had a physical relationship with Constantine. She was peppered in Midnight's Club. She had a bunch of scenes. Can you sort of talk about what her role was? And also, Francis, what is it like calling an actor who has delivered solid work and is in a bunch of the movie and saying, by the way, we had to cut you out completely?
Yeah, well, it sucked calling her. I think, we had real story reasons for doing it. It was not her performance. She's a fantastic actress, and really liked the work that she did. And we just, Constantine was in a relationship, I would say, with Michelle's character in the movie. And we decided that Constantine was better alone. And feeling like he didn't have a companion that he could sort of lean on and have a relationship with. When we got to shoot the extra footage, because we liked Michelle so much and the character she played so much, we actually tried to fashion new scenes. So the problem was I had to tell her that we were cutting all of her scenes before we got to do this pickup stuff. Kiva and I came up with some new scenes and said, hey, we've got some new ideas. We're going to shoot some new stuff with you. And she's like, great. And she came in and we shot it and tried it and it didn't work. And I had to call her again a second time to say. And the worst part was the only piece that stayed in the movie was this moment at the end where Constantine lights the sprinklers and which starts spraying the holy water, and she gets hit and starts to burn. And she says, surprise, holy water. And she hated that line. She hated that line. She hated that moment. And it ended up being the only moment of her in the movie after sort of 2 attempts at various scenes. But she, again, fantastic actress. It was purely a story thing that made us cut her from the movie.
Was there ever any talk about you doing blonde hair and like a British accent, or was it sort of like...
No.
Got it. I was always curious about you doing blonde for the movie, but it's not important.
No, yeah, we never talked about it. And then I remember in costumes too, the one other sort of big change for the Constantine character was the coat. And we did try the sort of Constantine coat and ended up going with a black one, which is, different from the character from the comic books and the graphic novels. So we wanted to do what was sort of right for what we were doing.
My last question for you guys. Ultimately, the editing room, the test screening process can rewrite an entire movie. Can you sort of talk about what you learned from test screenings besides Michelle Monaghan's character that maybe impacted the finished film?
They were sort of slightly inconclusive kind of test screenings, right? That, sometimes you get a thing where you feel this big wave of people saying like your ending sucks or something like that, or something's really confusing. Religion is a very polarizing element in storytelling, right? Because there's people that are very religious and might get offended by something. Then there's people that aren't religious at all and they feel like they're getting preached to. I remember being in a Q&A after a screening and somebody, I don't remember what religion he was, but he was so confused by heaven and hell and trying to get me to explain, because in his worldview and religious view, there was no heaven and hell. So how is he supposed to sort of enter into this world appropriately, right? And he was really confused. And I think that was one of the big takeaways, was that just the subject matter of the story was putting some people off.
Do you remember that alternate credit sequence we built out?
Yes.
With like their pasts, all of them when they were together, I wonder whatever that never made any of the DVDs or anything, did it?
I don't know. I could look for it. I think I still have those Polaroids. You remember that, Keanu, when I was like, I had that little Polaroid camera and we spent like 2 or 3 days of me shooting Polaroids of you guys like investigating crime scenes, you and Jaimin and zombies underneath the Santa Monica Pier, things like that.
I'm sure there's some people who are watching who have actually never seen Constantine. Now is the perfect time to watch Constantine. You will have an awesome ride. I want to give a huge thank you to Keanu, Francis, and Akiva for joining us today for this panel on a look back at Constantine. And thank you so much to Comic-Con at Home for letting us put this together. And gentlemen, I want to say thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks, Comic-Con at Home. So good to you, Francis and Akiva.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rich Chappelle. I'm one of the executive producers of Family Guy, and welcome to Family Guy's virtual Comic-Con panel for 2020. Family Guy this year begins its 4th decade on the air. We premiered in 1999, and Family Guy would not be here without these people. So please welcome executive producer Caravallo. You know him as Chris Griffin and the star of the Weird Al music video White and Nerdy, Seth Green.
Hey, what's up?
And you know her as Meg Griffin and Scott Moore's Marine Corps bald ape, Mila Kunis. And Lois Griffin and Chicago Bears fan, Alex Borstein. And finally, oh, I forgot, Family Guy co-showrunner and executive producer, Alex Sulkin. There he is.
A continuing theme.
And finally, you probably know him best as mid-level artist-writer from Johnny Bravo, Seth MacFarlane. So we are all here happily, and I know, Seth, you always say the best way to start any comedy panel is to talk about the importance of registering to vote. So I'm going to throw it to you.
Yeah. I begin every conversation with this in all parts of my life. Disney has partnered, let me make sure I get this right, with I Am a Voter, which is a nonpartisan movement housed in the Entertainment Industry Foundation, dedicated to creating a cultural shift around voting and civic engagement by unifying around a central truth that our democracy works best when everyone votes. This is a big year. We're electing, I have this list here, 1 president, 1 vice president, 33 Senate seats, 435 House seats, 11 governor seats, 10 attorneys general, 7 Secretary of State seats, and a partridge in a pear tree. The point is, it's a lot of people who will be making a lot of important decisions. Please visit IamAvoter.com and make sure you are registered to vote. Everything from here on out gets less funny.
I'll be adding applause and laughter and various sound effects throughout this.
It's very convincing.
I thought so. So our 19th season premieres on September 27th with our 350th episode. And in honor of that milestone, Seth has selected the first act of a classic Family Guy from the 4th season for us to read that features the family. It is Model Misbehavior. It was written by Steve Callahan and directed by Sarah Frost. So we're going to jump in and do a table read of the first act. We're at the Griffin's house, and Peter is loading luggage into the car outside as Lois stands nearby.
Come on, everybody, let's go.
Ah, this is so exciting. You know, this is the 10th year my father has raced his yacht in the Newport Regatta.
Oh, man, I hope he lets me on his team this year.
We see Stewie at the mailbox as Brian walks up carrying a duffel bag.
Come on, Stewie, let's go. Yes, I'm just checking the mail.
He flips through the mail.
I say, here's one from the vet. Oh, wait, give me that. Good Lord, worms? You have worms? I do not have worms, all right? I just got checked for worms. Oh, wait, no, I do have worms. Oh, God. Oh, what am I going to do? I can't afford the medication for this. Well, you could ask Lois and the fat one. No, you cannot tell them about this, please. You know, perhaps you should worry a little less about your pride and a little more about the creepy crawlies shawshanking their way out of your balloon knot.
Come on, kids, off to Grandma and Grandpa's house.
Everyone, including Chris and May, gets in the car.
Thank God I finally got some time away from the evil monkey in my closet.
We angle on the evil monkey doing his trademark point and stare from Chris's window. As the Griffin's car backs out of the driveway, we stay on the evil monkey, who withdraws in. He sighs, he grabs an album from a nearby shelf and puts an LP on the stereo. He then dons enormous headphones from which we hear Foghat's Slow Ride. He lies back in the bed with his hands behind his head like Mitch from Dazed and Confused. He lies there for a moment, then pulls a box out from under the bed, takes out rolling papers, and starts to roll the joint. At the Pewterschmidt's Newport mansion, the Griffin's car pulls out front. Out by the pool, moments later, Carter and Babs Pewterschmidt sit poolside. The Griffins enter.
Lois, darling, it's wonderful to see you.
Carter and Babs stand to greet the Griffins.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Daddy.
Grandpa!
Carter hugs Lois, Chris, and Meg.
Hello, everyone.
Peter moves in to hug Carter, arms outstretched.
Hiya, Mr. Pewterschmidt.
Peter, I see you're still fatter than holy hell.
You can read me like a book.
A little later, in Lois's old bedroom in the mansion, the Griffins enter. The room is still full of remnants of Lois's teen years.
Isn't this fun, Peter? You and I get to stay in my old high school room.
Wow, this looks just like my room at home.
Yeah, except for all the trophies and pictures of friends.
Stewie notices one of the trophies on Lois's bookcase.
Oh, that's the second most impressive trophy I've ever seen.
In a flashback to an auditorium, Stewie stands at the podium of an awards show.
And the Grammy for Album of the Year goes to Justin Timberlake.
As Justin Timberlake rushes to the stage, Stewie swings the Grammy, nailing him right in the face. Justin goes down.
Ha! It actually goes to Nelly. Nelly.
Back in Lois's old bedroom, Meg picks up a sash that rests on a shelf. It reads, Miss Teen Rhode Island.
Wow. Mom, were you a Miss Teen Rhode Island?
I sure was, Meg, when I was 16 years old. In fact, your mom was offered a modeling contract.
Really? But why didn't you take it?
Lois picks up an old photo of herself as Miss Teen Rhode Island off a dresser and glances at it, sighing wistfully.
Yeah, I wanted to, but your grandfather wouldn't let me.
In a flashback to the mansion, a teenage Lois stands before a seated Carter holding a piece of paper.
But, Daddy, they offered me a contract.
My girl is not lowering herself to modeling. That sort of uncouth activity is below this family. Now go away, I'm busy.
That evening at the Newport Barrington Hotel dining room, the Griffins eat with Carter and Babs, Engelon, Stewie, and Brian. Brian takes a bite of food.
Feeding the worms, are you? Stewie, shut up, all right? Yes, I imagine those little fellows are enjoying quite a feast.
We zoom into Brian's stomach. We see two worms, no eyes, just mouths, sitting at a table as chunks of food drop down onto their plates.
You know what's interesting? I've only been alive for 6 weeks. I know nothing of the world beyond this dog's stomach, and I still find John Oliver pretentious.
Back to the dining room, angle on the adults.
So, Mr. Pewterschmidt, the big race is tomorrow, huh? Bet you're gonna need some help with your boat. Yeah, what do you know about boats? I know owning a boat is either a sign of being very rich or very poor. Like you either had a lacrosse scholarship or you're shirtless and just pulling crabs out of the water with your bare hands. No one in between. Oh, sorry, Peter, you forgot one. Policeman on vacation. Oh, weekend cabins that are too close together. Yeah, people always forget that one. I'm afraid you don't know enough about boats.
A little bit later in the hotel lobby, Stewie ambles down a hallway. He hears a crowd laughing from a nearby meeting room. The sign outside reads, Today, Cash Scam Seminar. Tomorrow, Fogarty Retirement Party, which is crossed out, Wake. Intrigued by the crowd noise, Stewie enters the room. There he sees a salesman talking enthusiastically to a rapt crowd. On the screen behind him, we see the Cash Scam logo, beneath which is a diagram of a pyramid of smiling faces passing dollar bills upward with the word "you" at the top.
Cash Scam is your way to make real money. You can become rich beyond your wildest dreams by selling these fine products over the phone.
We see slides of products, detergent, tires, juice boxes, Engelon, Stewie in the back of the room.
Rich beyond my wildest dreams. I say, I could be a millionaire playboy.
In a cutaway to the Playboy mansion in a bedroom, Stewie is dressed like Hugh Hefner in a bathrobe and pipe. His 5 blonde girlfriends are lined up against the wall of his bedroom.
Okay, girls, you all ready to play?
The girls all giggle and nod with excitement.
All right, then. 1, 2, 3, green light.
The girls start across the room all giggling.
Red light, green light, red light. Oh, Brandy, you're out. Sorry, you have to go unclog the Josh Gad toilet.
The girls all giggle. Brandy looks horrified. Stewie hands her a plunger.
Be sure to take a deep breath. It's breaching the water.
At the Newport Harbor the next day, all the boats are lined up, preparing to start the regatta.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 20th annual Newport Regatta. Newport would like to extend a special welcome to all those here today who have children stationed overseas in Iraq.
Angle on all the rich white people staring blankly.
I'm just kidding.
The rich white people laugh and applaud politely. Angle on Carter's yacht, which is at the edge near the dock. The Griffins, without Peter, and Babs stand on the dock.
There they are, Team Pewterschmidt. Say, where's your husband? Or as I call him, my son-in-law. Snap, snap.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be along, Daddy.
Just then, Peter floats up in a fancy bathtub rigged with drapes as a makeshift sail.
Ahoy, Mr. Pewterschmidt.
Peter, what the hell are you doing in my bathtub?
Oh, this is not a bathtub. This is the SS Pewterschmidt kicker.
The family gets into the bathtub with Peter.
This is ridiculous. I won't have a member of my family racing in a bathtub.
Well, Daddy, you didn't want Peter in your boat, so Team Griffin is going to give you a run for your money.
And now to fire the starting gun is one of those Karens from the internet.
I'm pronouncing it Karen now, and you should have known that. May I speak to your manager?
She fires the gun. A little bit later on the harbor, the boats begin the race.
We're not going fast enough.
Griffin's bathtub is suddenly overtaken by Carter's yacht. As Carter passes them, he shouts,
"Loser!"
What did he say?
Carter throws a cell phone into the bathtub. Peter picks it up. It rings. Peter answers it.
Hello?
I said you're a loser.
Who is this?
Angle on the finish line. We see the boats approaching from a distance. Angle on the bathtub, which is lagging just behind Carter's yacht.
There's the finish line. We can't let him beat us.
We gotta lose some extra weight. Quick, everyone take off your clothes.
Peter begins to strip and throw his clothes overboard. The family, unsure, follows suit. The bathtub starts to close in on Carter.
It's working.
Just need a little more.
Peter grabs Meg, who, like the rest of the family, is now in her underwear, and hurls her overboard with a splash and a scream.
We love you, honey.
And with that, the Griffins shoot ahead of Carter and cross the finish line. Stopping at the dock, the family cheers and gets out of the bathtub exhilarated. Carter's boat pulls up.
Lois, what the hell were you doing out there?
Not listening to you for once, Daddy. And look what happened. I had a lot of fun. I should have stopped listening to you a long time ago. Let's go home, Peter.
Right behind you. Hey, where's Meg?
On a fishing boat out at sea, Seamus and his crew reel in a net filled with a lot of fish and Meg.
That's what we call a manatee, boys, or in nautical slang, the sea cow.
Back in the Griffin's house in the living room the next day, we see Brian dragging his rear end across the carpet.
Damn these worms. Oh, this itch.
Brian drags his rear end some more. Peter notices.
Brian, what the hell are you doing?
Nothing. I'm just some Pilates.
Don't lie to me, Brian. I know what this is. You're looking for an ass race.
He sits down on the carpet.
First one to the kitchen wins. Go!
Frantically scoots across the room and out the door.
Still got the worms, eh? Yeah, that stupid medicine's $300.
Well, let me make a proposal. I'll front you the money and you pay it off by working for me.
He hands Brian a brochure.
Cash scam? Are you kidding? I don't want anything to do with that pyramid scheme.
Oh, very well then. Enjoy your worms.
Stewie stuffs the cash in his pocket and starts to walk out.
Wait. What would I have to do?
Stewie smiles and hands him the money.
Just be in my room tomorrow at 9 a.m. for orientation. Until then, keep this in mind. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. See you tomorrow.
Stewie exits to the kitchen. Just then, Lois enters the front door holding a newspaper.
Hey, everybody. Wait till you see this.
Peter races over to the still open door and takes the newspaper.
Oh my God, movable printed type. We must keep this from the serfs lest they gain literacy and threaten the landed gentry.
Angle out the front door where 3 medieval serfs till the front yard with crude implements.
What do you got there, my lord?
Nothing. Back to your turnips.
The serfs, intimidated, go back to tilling even faster.
Look, it's a picture of us at the regatta.
Angle on the newspaper. The headline reads, Lower Middle Class Family Wins Regatta. The photograph shows the Griffins smiling for the camera.
Wow. Mom, you look pretty.
Oh, thank you, Chris. I thought so too. And you know what? I'm going to take that chance my father never let me take when I was younger. I'm going to become a model.
Hey, that's fantastic, Lois, and I'll pleasure myself to your photos.
Me too.
Me too.
Oh, God, Meg, that's sick. That's your mother.
Oh, I'm just trying to fit in.
Get out. Get out of this house.
Meg hesitates. Peter punches a hole in the wall.
I said no!
Meg runs out terrified. Peter grimaces as he rubs his hand and tries to catch his breath. He slowly crosses to the door and closes it, then turns to Lois.
So that's good about your modeling, Lois.
And that's the end of that first act from that 4th season episode. And I thought, since we are...
electric, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I think.
Sorry, Josh Gad. That's the first time I'm seeing that.
And I tried not to press this during it, but crickets were there. One thing, obviously, we're on Zoom because of COVID, and obviously that's the least important thing about the pandemic, but it has changed the way stuff is done in Hollywood, and animated shows are virtually the only series that are still up and running. And Seth MacFarlane, I know, has a state-of-the-art home recording studio. I'd just like to ask Alex and Mila and Seth Green to describe your own state-of-the-art home recording studios during the pandemic. So why don't we start with Alex?
Alex, how state-of-the-art is your recording facility?
My recording facility, I kid you not, is called a grow tent. I believe people use it to grow marijuana. It is a black, it's like the inside is like a baked potato, tinfoil, and the outside is black like a tent. And I have to zip myself in, and then within the grow tent, there's this other box thing that I put my head in and then lift this black, like when you go to the dentist and they put that heavy lead on you, it's that over my head. So it's like a 1950s sweat box. I drop about 6 pounds every time I record.
Really have to see it to believe it.
How about you, Mila? What is?
I record in my kid's closet because it's got carpeted floors. And unlike Alex, I don't have a grow tent. I have a lot of sleeping bags. And my husband somehow jerry-rigged sticks together and then created like a little tent, if you would, that I have to go into. And it's really hot because I'm in a really small closet. And
I'm sorry. Who's your husband?
Why does it be uncomfortable every time?
I just want to picture it.
Does he know anything about construction or technology?
Thank God. Oh my God. Zachary, you have no idea. I've never been more grateful to be married to a handyman that's like tech savvy.
I'd love to meet him someday.
But I'll take a photo because I'm surrounded by kids' sleeping bags. So I have like unicorns and monkeys, and they're all these padded little sleeping bags, and I'm just like inside of a sleeping bag tent that he put together.
And our audio genius, Patrick Clark, has set everybody up remotely, and he ends up taking over their computers. And so when I was recording, and Alec and I record the actors, and when I was recording Mila once, I said, God, your kids are so cute. And she really kind of reacted like I was a stalker. What are you talking? I said, they're all over the screen because her home screen was just filled with photos.
Wait, did Patrick tell you? Wait, when we had to set up my recording closet, I was like, yeah, this sounds like a really good idea. Let me pour myself a glass of wine. I got this. A glass and a half of wine in, I was like, I quit. And I went and got asked, and I was like, you handle this. I don't understand what they're asking of me. And I literally walked out. And then for an hour, Patrick and Ashton set up my recording studio.
And how about you, Seth Green? Where are you recording these days?
I've got a closet, like a book closet with a bunch of shelves, and I put a strip of carpet on the floor, and then I bought foam pieces off of Amazon, like 4 foot by 5 foot, and I've Velcroed them to all of the shelves. So I've created an enclosure of baffling. Then I've got 2 curtain rods stretched between sections of the closet with blankets draped over it.
That's
and then
me
I've
too.
got
Me
like
too
an
with the curtain
isolation
rod.
thing with the microphone. It's really high tech. I mean, I'm thinking about copywriting it and then manufacturing each of these individual pieces, like big fluffy throw blankets and curtain rods. I think I could get a trademark.
And Kara, but beyond those home recording studios, what would you say were the 1 or 2 biggest challenges of converting our production to home confinement?
The Avid editors, the animatic editors, and the recording actors that are not our main cast. Having to set something up for every incidental actor has come into to record, but the setting up the Avid systems at home has been extremely challenging.
And that's why we're now asking Seth MacFarlane to play Clerk 1. It's easier that way for him to go. So we have some fan questions. And Seth, 350 episodes, a huge milestone. Please rank your favorite episodes in reverse order, starting with 349.
Is this me?
This is you. But seriously, fans always ask, does the cast have a favorite episode, a favorite cutaway, a favorite moment? What comes to mind over 350 episodes?
For me, it's probably our Clue episode. And then there were fewer. I'm partial to that one.
How about you, Alex?
I have moments that I love, and I've mentioned most of them, and there seems to be a theme. Like I was laughing because this act that we just read, Seth had a moment that it's something that we've done before, and it always makes me laugh. Him getting the phone and going, "Who is this?" Or one time when they're fighting on a boat, and Joe throws Peter something. He's like, "Don't throw things at me, Joe." Like, I just love those ridiculous moments that are just pure character. And for Lois, my favorite line of all time is, "Who wants chowder?"
How about you, Mila? What stands out over the 20 years?
Well, we in this household quote mommy, mom, 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 mommy, mommy, mommy all the time, because I didn't realize how funny it was, because it's so true. And I found it originally so funny because I didn't live it. Now all day long I get mommy, 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 mom, mom, mom. So we quote that line a lot. The kids don't get it. We find it real funny.
How old will your kids be before you let them watch the show?
I mean, I'll let them discover it on their own. I think it's so weird. It would be so, I don't know, whenever they want to. Yeah. I think the show's funny. We curse in the house. The kids, it's not the censorship that worries me. It's the idea of, like, why is mom's voice on a cartoon? That's weird.
Mom, mommy, mommy, mom, mommy.
There you go. I sensed I was being teed up for that. Look at Alex delighted too.
And Seth Green, how about you? What is there a moment?
I really love the time travel episode because of how insanely complicated and yet scientifically accurate it becomes with Brian and Stewie traveling back in time to try and correct mistakes that they've made, and then eventually meeting hundreds of iterations of themselves that are all trying to undo their own mistake. I just thought that was really funny and creative and smart.
And, Seth was, and this is a well-known legend, was 24 when he sold Family Guy and became the youngest show creator and showrunner in TV history. So I'd like to ask Alec, what had he accomplished by the time he was 24?
I know I had smoked a lot more pot than Seth had by 24. I can pretty much guarantee that. And also, I'd like to flag Rich, I believe you called Patrick Clark our sound genius. I'd just like to flag that.
Yeah.
Also, Seth, unprompted, you went to mom, mom, mommy. That was you, my friend. that was you saying, we need to get this crowd. There's no crowd.
Hey, Alec, can we see some Cuomo?
Oh, no. Oh, come on. Don't make me sing. Hey, guys, you know what my favorite show is? The next one.
Yeah.
Good. That's a good EP answer.
Fans want to know, Seth, if Quagmire was based on anyone you know. That was one that came up a few times.
Quagmire, this is a really boring answer to this, but Quagmire is, when I was a kid, I used to enjoy listening to old radio dramas on tape, and like The Shadow and The Lone Ranger and whatnot. They used to sell them in my local bookstore, and the commercials were always guys who talk like this: Autolite spark plugs are just right for your automobile. And it was such a specific, that sort of mid-Atlantic dialect of the time that everybody was using, and so I kind of started there, and then somehow he turned into this raging lunatic pervert. I'm not quite sure how that evolution happened, but the impetus for Quagmire was 1940s radio.
How often does it happen, Seth, that you have a voice in your head or one you hear that inspires you, and that leads to the character, as opposed to, I've written this character and now I've got to figure out the voice?
It's happened both ways. There's been a drawing that's prompted a voice, and a voice that's prompted a drawing, and there's no pattern to it.
And Alex, Lois's voice, where does that come from? What was the inspiration for that?
It's basically stolen from a family member. most things I do are stolen from my family. A cousin in Long Island, and at the time that I met Seth, I was doing a live sketch comedy show, and I was doing a voice very similar on stage, a sketch called Magic Man, and I was doing this very nasal but very slow thing, and I met Seth and I did it, and he's like, "That's great, but we don't have like 2 hours. Can you speed it up?" But yeah, it's basically stolen from Aggie in Long Island.
And Seth Green, I have heard you tell it before, but it is such a great story of how you auditioned for Chris and where you got the inspiration for Chris's voice.
Yeah, it was originally sort of a play on Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs. And the original pitch was just so weird, I guess everybody liked it. And then over the years, it's kind of evolved, because when it started, it was way more down here, and I was just like the big weird son who was always masturbating and drinking stuff. And then it sort of evolved into something a lot weirder. So it's more up in here and really like a lot of variety.
Everyone was coming in the auditions doing surfer dude voices based on the look of the design, and Seth was the only one who came in and did something way off the rails.
And Mila and Seth and all of you, you do a lot of obvious, live action work. Is there something that you consciously think you need to do differently, or you trigger some other, instinctive reaction when you're in a booth doing voiceover work than you would if you're on a movie set or Mrs. Maisel or wherever?
No.
All right.
On my list, that was going to prompt a 9-minute discussion about being like
No,
that.
I think I tend to act harder in a way. I think, you're not having your body and your face to convey things. I probably step on the gas a little bit more when I'm doing just a voice, because you're without any other way to convey something. So I think I'm good with words, right?
Yeah, you are.
Thanks.
It's funny. I always find that it's the opposite. That my whole career was started in voiceover, and when I get on camera and act on camera, it's like my first instinct is like I think I'm playing, like toning it down, and then I look at playback and I'm like, it's
don't read those reviews.
Yeah, I guess no one wants to hear on a set less cartoony. Welcome. And Seth Green, any conscious choices you always make because you're in a booth doing voiceover?
My cat is making a cameo, guys.
And obviously Seth Green, the creator of Robot Chicken, so has a lot of, I would think, at least 4 minutes of good anecdotes that are both funny and informative about this question.
I think it's the same as Alex. Like I'm just conscious of the fact that I'm only able to use my voice to convey whatever emotion or gag it is. Whereas if I'm on camera, I find I reduce everything to only move in a way that's informative or only speak in a way that's informative. You can be a lot more subtle on camera than you can because you have so many more tools to express whatever the idea is.
I just want to say I second Alex and Seth, so I retract my answer of no, and I'm going to go and say what they said.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Kunis has now adopted others' more intelligent responses as her own. Yes.
Well, I think it depends on the character too. Like Lois is pretty loud and boss, she's screaming a lot, and Meg is kind of closer to yourself. You know what I mean? She's a little more chill.
Yeah, but I like your answer better than mine, so I'm just going to hijack it and say what I
For Seth MacFarlane, shows like yours and The Simpsons have been on the air for 20 and 30 years, respectively, which is kind of unprecedented, obviously. But it also means you have been on the air for 20 years through lots of developments in the world and lots of developments in comedy. How do you think Family Guy, the Family Guy of 2020 compares to the Family Guy of 1999?
Get that cat out of here.
You can
I love that
borrow Mila's answer and say no.
The cat activated the Zoom. To switch to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Milo, what shampoo commercial are you in right now? Let's get a professional pose. Come on.
Guys, I washed my hair yesterday, but now 2 of you have commented on my hair. Do you like this shampoo?
It was more the knee up.
Right now, I'm sure that the fans, if they had a choice between my question about how Family Guy's evolved over 20 years or how hair, I think we know how they're voting. So I'm just going to ask a follow-up. Have you gotten haircuts during the pandemic, Mila, or is Ashton doing it?
Family haircuts, in case you were wondering. Look at Alex is sitting comfortably.
Well, I'm going to ask her next.
When you put them both up, it looks like boobs.
Well,
Sorry, I'm 8 years old. I apologize. Carry on.
So, anything at all, Seth, about
how it's changed?
Yeah, how it's changed, or even in just stylistically, and how it's.
Well, yeah, I think the fact that you guys are running it instead of me is probably the big difference, right?
That's a big difference, yeah.
And boy, do we miss your midnight notes.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all kind of a blur.
This might be a better question for Kara in terms of what kind of changes have happened in the production of the show, the models and all that kind of stuff over the years.
Well, when I didn't produce the first 2 seasons. When I came in third season, I did make a lot of structural changes because I wasn't really comfortable with the way in which some of the production was being run. And then again, after we got canceled and we came back, enough time had gone by where there were certain improvements to the technology and having more access to people who have had enough time between third season and when we started 4th season that had worked on shows like King of the Hill. So I had a bigger pool of talent to pull from than I did back in 3rd season because there were more artists that had worked on like-minded shows and like that. We didn't really modernize our process in terms of integrating digital storyboarding, until, I don't know, maybe 10th season. And then that's when sort of everything changed. But in terms of where the show has gone artistically from 1999 to now, it's, it's been miles and miles of improvements over the years, sort of incrementally, and to get where the show looks today.
And Seth, I remember long ago that Mike Judge, name dropping, Mike Judge said when he was doing King of the Hill that he was very aware that The Simpsons was out there, and he compared it to like if you're flipping channels, he wanted people to think that looks different. So when you were doing Family Guy, how much of that was in your head of like, I have to make sure I can't do this, I have to do something that's different? Or
well, it's I sort of liken it to when All in the Family came out and just kind of changed the face of what sitcoms looked like. And it was kind of a rule book that you had to play by, but kind of do your own thing. The Simpsons did the same thing. When that show came out, it looked unlike any other show. They were almost doodles. And for me, the trick was, all right, well, I recognized that had now changed the playing field. And it was really about creating a style book that was its own thing, but that still acknowledged the fact that, okay, this is now the look. I mean, it was The Simpsons. It was, I think Beavis and Butthead was around by that point, and they kind of played by the same rule book. It was like very kind of doodle-ish. It's almost like the animated shows that succeed are strangely, in prime time at least, are strangely overly simplistic. And I know there are a lot of animators who actually really have a big problem with that, particularly now. They're like, primetime animation just all looks so simplistic, but there's something that kind of tells the brain, okay, this is an adult show, as opposed to, the shows for kids, which kind of look graphically more refined from an artistic standpoint. It's an odd thing, and I'm not sure if it'll be the case forever, but it's definitely something that I noticed when The Simpsons emerged, and I did try to kind of acknowledge that they had changed the rule book.
Alex, obviously you've been with the show from day one. How do you feel it's changed?
Oh, I think it's changed incredibly. I mean, with the change of writers that come into the room, you have fresh takes and you have different sensibilities and different experiences coming into the room. And just, I think after being on for so many seasons, you've done so many storylines, the writers now are tasked with not just being funny, but trying to walk in uncharted fields and do stuff we haven't done. So I think they're forced to be that much more creative in some ways. Like, we're pushed to go deeper. Okay, everyone's kind of seen this. We've done this for 10 years. Now we have to kind of push in a different direction and try something different. So
more uncharted fields.
Uncharted.
What?
I said more. We need to find more uncharted fields.
Yeah, I mean, Seth felt he needed to go even further with the Orville and like space. But we're trying to do it in cartoon land.
And Alec, what had you accomplished by the time you were, say, 30?
Wow. We're still hitting bad years. Well, no, you know what? I had been on the Late Late Show with Craig Kilborn, so not to brag. But,
there you go. And people should check out Alex Sullivan's hilarious Instagram for his
thank you for getting
videos that are very timely and very funny. Well, I think we are getting near when we will wrap up, but it is exciting that we have our 350th episode in September. And we always like to give a preview of the upcoming season when we're at Comic-Con, and it's honestly one of the most fun things for me and Alec and the writers who are there, because you never really get that interaction with the fans. So we miss that, and we miss being able to show you a highlight reel of our upcoming season. But you can see it on Family Guy's YouTube channel and other social media addresses. I didn't know how to finish that sentence. Platforms. Thank you, Alex. And we premiere on September 27th on Fox at 9:30, 8:30 Central. We hope you'll be there. And thank you for watching this with all of us. And thank you to all the guests from Barcelona to Los Angeles and spots in between.
What's that book you've been reading about?
It's about heroes who get to go on adventures, defeat the monsters, and save the day. Little boy from the south side of Chicago, the only tourist to get to do that. This story is about my father and the secret birthright that's been kept from us. You going after it. We're gonna need a car.
You just gonna stand there, Tick?
This is family business. And families stay together.
Bad for my health, scared for myself.
Just because they don't want you here doesn't mean you're not supposed to be.
Gotta get away.
This is an invitation to unmitigated power.
Where in the hell did I go wrong with you, boy? I told you to stay away from that damn place.
There's something here that's trying to get out.
Everything is where and as it should be. From God to man to creature.
We're surrounded by monsters. I'm doing this to protect us. You can't win this game they setting up for you to play. This legacy belongs to our family.
We gotta face this new world and stake our claim in it.
This is our family story.
Hey, everybody out there. I am so sad that we can't be together all squeezed in a room all sweaty and gross in San Diego, but this is the next best thing. We are so happy to bring you this San Diego Comic-Con at Home panel with the cast of a new HBO show that I know a lot of people are going to be talking about when it premieres August 16th. It is Lovecraft Country, and we are here with the cast today. We have stars Jurnee Smollett, Jonathan Majors, Michael K. Williams, Aunjanue Ellis, Abby Lee, Wunmi Mosaku, and Courtney B. Vance. Thank you all so much for being here today. I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
I would like to know who wants to volunteer to explain the premise of the show.
Jurnee.
Or if you would like me to try and do it.
Jurnee Smollett.
Anybody?
I think I want to do it.
Jurnee, go for it.
It is a new drama from HBO called Lovecraft Country. It's about a young man named Atticus who returns home after his father has gone missing. And he goes on a quest to bring his father back home with his Uncle George, with his friend Letty Lewis. I'm trying to remember the log line.
You're doing great.
I don't want to give away spoilers. But really, it's a show. It's a family drama. It taps into so many themes that we get to explore about who we are, who we were as a nation, who we are now. We were in Jim Crow America in 1955. It's a show about family, in search of family. Anybody else want to chime in? How'd I do?
And how the themes of what happened back then are still going on today.
And Courtney B. Vance, that's an excellent tee-up.
Mm-hmm.
That is something I want to talk to you all about. But there's just one piece of business I want to get out of the way. My very favorite thing, perhaps, in the pilot is you and Aunjanue at the very top of this pilot, giving us grown-up Black love. That brings me so much joy.
Oh, yes?
It truly does.
That was, Aunjanue, that was fun. That was a fun scene, huh?
Yes, that was a fun, sweaty Chicago summertime scene.
Hot fun in the summertime, huh?
Yes.
If I could concur on that, I brought that up. So I brought that up last night with I called them Jurnee, and I said, Jurnee, there's really something special about the scene with Courtney and Aunjanue. I said, it's the level of Black love. you know, the spooning, and when she looks over her shoulder with that smile and he's holding her, man, there is something so beautiful about that. And I agree, it's just grown Black love, and it was beautiful. You guys, I literally just mentioned that last night to Journey.
He did. It was so beautiful. And both of you hot, okay?
Yes, sexy. And it's such a warm place to start.
It was hot. It was hot in Chicago. It was hot.
It was hot and it was hot. But it's such a warm place to start the show from that goes into some pretty dark corners from there. And I thought it was a really sort of good foundation to begin from. And so I want to talk to Courtney, Journey, and Jonathan for a moment about sort of the start of this journey that you were on to find Michael Kay's character. And that, Courtney, am I right in thinking that your character is sort of writing a version of the Green Book, essentially, as that is his business?
He's a jack of all trades in that we all have to, back in the day, we had to do several things to make ends meet. And he does do that, but it's a family affair. That's part of what my wife and I are discussing in the midst of our Black love, is that Miss Anjanou wants to go. And it's an ongoing discussion that we have about the dangers of the road. But it is also, you know, that she is as talented, if not more so than I am, in terms of writing these stories. And it's a precursor to what is to come in terms of our relationship, and also our daughter being a part of it as well. So there's a whole rhythm and flow, right, Anjanou?
Yeah, maybe we should talk a little bit about what the Green Book was and is.
You go ahead.
So the Green Book was this manual that was used by Black folks, Black citizens, that gave and outlined places that it was safe to go to eat, safe to go vacation, restaurants, hotels, places that were open to them in segregationist America. So our family was involved in preparing that information that unfortunately Black people had to have during that time, so they would know where they would be safe when they would be traveling across the country. So that's what the Green Book is.
And that we are actually going out to help continue to map out new areas, new territories. Yes?
Right, yeah.
And so Journey, your character essentially hitches a ride. She is ready to get out of town. For you and Wunmi, maybe not the best relationship. This is the other family in the show. Can you talk about you all's relationship a little bit and why you decide to set off on this journey after seeing her in Chicago?
Right. Well, Letty has just returned home after leaving home in search of her home. She's traveled across the country documenting as a photographer the protests and being a part of this budding civil rights movement. But, she returns home and is very much so estranged from her family, didn't attend her mother's funeral. And there is this animosity, this real resentment that exists between the sisters, Ruby and Letty. Letty is very much so this disruptor, this defiant woman who's trying to find her tribe and didn't find it in her home. And Ruby kind of looks at Letty as like a up, and Letty's tired of being looked as a up. And yet I need her. It's so hard for me to not talk in first person when I talk about it. And yet Letty needs Ruby, and has always looked to Ruby as somewhat of a maternal figure because their mother wasn't able to be that stable maternal figure in either of their lives. And Ruby's not really having it when she comes back home. She won't let her stay with her. She's kind of ruthless, Ruby. Like, she don't play. And yet she loves Letty. She is so loving and so giving. And it was a beautiful relationship to explore, this sisterhood you know, one sister who's so stable and one sister who's so
unstable.
Yes, so unstable.
But you have something great in common, though. You have this musical connection, and I'm guessing that as actresses, that was a wonderful sort of common area to have, right?
Our rehearsals were a lot of fun with me.
They were a lot of fun. But it's funny because I don't think either of us really think of ourselves as musical. We were both a little bit shy at the beginning, but it definitely was a bonding experience. It was fun. I loved it.
Does anybody else believe that they were shy? You guys are so wonderful in this scene where you're performing. There's no residue of shyness anywhere.
I think for me, it was like a different like vocal genre than I was ever used to, and like being the kind of person who's free to improvise with a band. That's not me. I was like in a choir and 1, 2, 3, 4, not off the beat. Had to sound like the other girls, and like trying to find that vocal identity and individuality, and then also as having to find that kind of vibing together as sisters, like that you believe that they grew up together and did these dances together, and it was fun. And we needed those rehearsals to kind of establish that kind of physical vocal familiarity.
And the guitar as well.
Oh, the guitar. This bad boy.
I love it though. It gives you a sense of connection between the two of you. And then she promptly abandoned you to go off with these gentlemen to have this adventure. And I love that all three of these characters are sci-fi people, are Lovecraft people, are sort of oddly prepared for what they're about to see, although no one's prepared to see real monsters, right? But they are people that are interested in this genre. And there's something that I just love about in a genre where the Black person is always the first person that gets killed, that we have this Black family that like is at the center of it, that is like going to look after it. And I'm curious, were any of you horror people before or sci-fi people before taking on this project?
I was a huge fan of the Twilight Zone, which kind of reminds me of the Lovecraft world, the socially charged mixed with the bizarre. So, I liked things like that. I loved my Friday the 13th and Freddy Krueger's, but this is a great mixture. This was a very good reminder of Twilight Zone, and particularly for me.
And Jonathan, I'm curious for your character who is the most into that and is sort of, we are going through your POV on this adventure and him talking about adventure at the beginning. And this not normally being the way we see this adventure. When you read the script for the first time, I'm curious what your reaction was. Were you immediately hooked? Did it take you a while to get in?
My first read, I think I read it twice back to back when I first got it, because I was in many ways amazed that this was written. I was like, well, and he's a Black guy? Atticus is Black? That's the guy? That's who we're following. And what has happened in the writing and in the making of it with Atticus and with everybody, you kind of get to explore not just the archetypical ideas of what we tend to play. He's not just this soldier, right? That's pretty common, right? But he's also a bibliophile. He also gets to travel. He's an adventurer. He has all these ideas. He's a strong body, he's a strong mind, he's a strong heart. And so all that was very apparent to me in the reading of the script. All the connections. You look for the character, who he's connected to. The idea, we're exploring, fatherhood and what it is to be a son, and what it is to be a Black son, and what it is to grow up in a Black community at a time where that was a very unexplored area. We didn't have any stories about that. When we first meet Atticus, where he's reading a Edgar Burroughs book. He's a Lovecraftian bibliophile. That's not commonplace. So no, it didn't take me much to know, like, yeah, it's on.
To sign right on. And Michael, so you are central in the sense that you are the person that these guys are seeking. they're coming after you, so we don't see you at first. So there's a sense of mystery to your character because you are an idea that they talk about, but not a physical presence right away. And I'm curious if that kind of thing, sort of knowing a little bit of backstory of how you're perceived by the other characters, informs the way you play the character, that you have to make a certain kind of entrance.
There were so many things that I was focused on, that I how Montrose is going to make his entrance, that didn't occur to me. However, it was in the his response to turning around and seeing his family, that was interesting to me. For him to take that note, that made me want to explore who he was in that moment. Why?
Right, that they have come for him, and yet, but that's part of the mystery, right? These are the things that we don't know. And speaking of mystery, I mean, you are another person that we don't see a lot of right at the beginning. And I don't want to spoil anything about your character. So what do you feel comfortable sharing with the audience out there in sort of describing how your character fits into the story?
Yeah, so she's the only daughter of a leader of a secret order called the Sons of Adam, who are natural philosophers, alchemists. She's the ultimate provocateur, the agent of chaos. I'm the white antagonist. I think that she represents on a larger scale sort of the oppressed 1950s woman, sort of liberating herself from the patriarchal society and family that she's been brought up in, and all the while doing it with her white privilege, So she's the Karen type character that we hear about today,
But she has a war.
Yeah, sorry.
But she also has a war with herself too. It is not a simple thing, your character.
No, and I think that was what was the most challenging part about Christina, is that if she was just a violent, manipulative, nasty woman, it would have been, in a lot of ways, an easier role to approach. But the challenge and the conflict came in that she was so deeply human and relatable, universally relatable, in that she was herself oppressed, damaged, abused, neglected, lonely, just trying to get her needs met in very questionable ways, pretty awful ways, but she still was just a woman trying to get her needs met. She was essentially looking for the same thing that all the other characters are looking for, a family, liberation, justice, revenge, independence, love. So yeah, it was a very confronting sort of role to be taking on. It was disturbing.
Well, and I want to follow up on that a little bit and ask you all about one of the really interesting things to me about what I've seen this so far is there certainly is a heaviness to some of this, that you are dealing with human monsters, you are dealing with scary monsters in the woods, but there are also moments, and again, not to spoil anything, but there's one moment in particular I'm thinking of where there's great joy, there's humor, and there's something, again, to go back to the Black love thing to me, that is so enriching to me, that in a story like this that does involve Black pain, that there is also Black joy, which is not something we always see in a story like this. And I'm curious about how you balance those vibes on the set, I guess, is a way, because I'm sure there were some days that were probably kind of heavy.
Well, I think it's innate to human beings, and it's very particular to the African American experience. I mean, we wouldn't be here now if we couldn't find the levity in the humor, in humanity. And Black folks, we just have a way of, we're full human beings. Where there's sorrow, there's joy. And I think, just this cast, we're tight, all of us, extremely tight. We have made a family. There were days where we would go crazy on set, and it'd be crazy, and then it'd be fun, and then we'd be, crying about this and this, and then crying about this and this and this, and then shooting the shot. you know? And so it's, not to speak for the cast, but for me, it felt extremely natural. You know, it felt like we was at home. You know, I still have a hard time calling Courtney B. Vance. He's Uncle George. Michael K. Williams is Pop. You know, Letty, etc. Auntie, you know, Ruby, Christina. Actually, I never really say Christina because I don't really say her name much. But you know, Christina. You know, that's who they are to us. We were such a family. So the ecosystem was that of, you know, culture, up, down, you know, whatever it takes. You can't make art, you know, with a sad face.
I think that has a lot to do and a lot to say about the person who's not here, which is Misha Green, the world that she set up with us from the pilot and all the way through the shooting of it, and surrounding us with those people that can help us become a family. And we become family on every set for good reasons and for not so good reasons. When things don't go well, when we don't have appropriate leadership or behavior, we become tighter, you know, or the opposite can happen. The cast can fracture. But you know, there were challenges on our set as in on all sets, and we became tighter. You know, so I'm always so wonderfully impressed about the organized chaos of a set. I mean, it's just, you know, how the family happens when you don't know nobody, you know, and you got to do an intimate scene on the first day. You know, how does Michael K. and I, you know, we met each other, you know, maybe 2-3 months. I don't know, was it a year before Michael K. in New Jersey? And
that was a couple of months
before. And all of a sudden we're doing this scene and we're like in this scene, and it's the most beautiful thing. You know, the two of us are like, where did this come from? You know, that's the beauty. I always say that actors are the most courageous people because we got to jump in. You know, jazz musicians got to jump in. You know, it's the same stuff.
I'm kind of amazed that you two didn't know each other before this. You had never even met.
We know of each other. I'm a huge fan of Michael K.
Courtney and I, we had met like a couple of months. Well, we had met a long time ago in LA at one of the parties, the award parties, and you know, I walked. I think I freaked him out because maybe it's why he's blanketed, but I quoted almost every line from The People versus OJ with him as Cochran, and you know, and then we were being honored at an event in Jersey, like about a month or two before we had to film, and you know, the first day of work was we can't give it away, but it was needless to say, it was a very emotional scene. And I think that was the first day for me that the family started to bond. So that thing started to happen for me. It was a journey, Jonathan, George, and I, very difficult scene emotionally, a lot of heavy lifting. And when the directors yelled cut, we couldn't stop. It just all this emotion. It was just so much energy on the set, and that was that day. I knew that I was around family.
That is so great. And Journey, I wanted to ask you specifically, and Jonathan too, about there is a scene in the pilot that is very tense that involves the police and sort of trying to get out of a sundown town, essentially. Which I think that there are going to be people who watch this that don't know what sundown towns are, which is sort of amazing to me, but I think is true. And so just for people that might not know what it is, a sundown town was a town where Black people needed to get out of town before sundown, or that they were fair game essentially to be killed. And so there's this scene where that is a threat. And that's the kind of thing I'm thinking of when you shoot that scene. Sort of, is there an exhaustion after something like that? Is there an exhilaration from getting through it? What is sort of the feeling of shooting something like that?
I think, you know, it is tough because without going into any spoilers, there are so many themes that we explore in this show that resonate with us as being Black Americans and 2020, right? And unfortunately, as we're seeing, sometimes our police departments are what Angela Davis calls one of the most dramatic examples of structural racism. And, tapping into that energy it's a very dark place to go to. Just in general, tapping into the systemic racism that our nation's been built upon. It is, of course, a dark place to go to, but it's necessary. The story is, one of my teachers refers to it as a blood memory, that it's something that reverberates through our DNA, this visceral connection to the oppression of our people. And that's why these stories, we're still telling them. And so, yes, when you tap into those stories, like we are tapping into in Lovecraft, whether it's this scene or, like I say, without giving away spoilers, there's a familiar emotion that it brings up, for sure. But again, having family, we had each other, right? And that's the thing about this show. I do not know how I would have survived this show. And I hand to God, do not know how I would have survived it without having my brothers and my sisters in arms, having, doing scenes like that. And I'm looking and it's Atticus and it's Uncle George, or in scenes when it's Montrose or, my sisters, it helps you have the strength to tackle these stories,
Yeah. And they are important stories to tackle too. And it's such an interesting time for this to be happening. You bring up a point that I feel like it's something that a lot of people that we're talking about now, that we're talking about generational trauma, and the idea that you can go back to a time and yet feel that even though we are looking backwards, we are not as far from that moment as we might hope we be as a country. And there was no way for anyone involved with this to know that it would be coming out in this moment, that this is happening. And there's a part of me that believes that this is very useful. And I don't want to put anybody in the position of saying what you're doing is important, because I understand this is television and it is not policy. But I personally believe that this is important in terms of the conversation. And I'm curious how you all feel about a show at least being a conversation starter.
So I grew up in Texas, and literally on the top of my script, I wrote, worst day in Texas. This is the worst thing that could possibly happen to you as a young black man in Texas. You're in the car with your girl and your dad, or your girl and your uncle, you're driving around and the cops pull you over. Now, the interesting thing, when I was growing up, I'm still growing up, but when I was a boy down in Texas driving, couldn't nobody watch that. Couldn't nobody see that. The white folks would drive on by, even other brothers and sisters would drive on by and say, hey, hope you, yes sir, no sir, your way out of it. You know what I mean? And so to take this story, to take that moment, and for you to even mention it now, lets us know that it resonated with you. It is something that is ancient, that systematic racism, that bullying, as Journey so beautifully stated. But now it's on TV, and you notice in that scene, it's just people. You understand? The demonic spirit that's entering in is that of, racism, etc. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're showing, in Technicolor, and so many folks don't see that. So many people keep driving by, so they see that, they're connected to these three characters in this moment. They now understand to a certain degree what it feels like, the unfairness of it.
Yes.
So you can say it's not policy, but it is important, okay. It's also entertainment.
And that's I think what you're talking about is that at what point do you, because we've seen these scenes, Jonathan, Journey, and Michael, and everyone, we've seen these scenes where the black man or black women, then you think you hope you can, yes sir, yes ma'am, your way out of the situation. And we all see them. The question is, at what point is that going to be enough of that kind of behavior, that kind of bullying is not appropriate anymore, and we shouldn't see it anymore? It shouldn't be, oh, here comes that scene. It shouldn't be, we shouldn't see that anymore. It should be like an outdated, that's an old movie. The police are coming up to the black man and the black woman and bullying them. At what point, and that's what I think where we are as a society, we're at that point where we could go either way, that we're going to say those kinds of scenes are not going to happen anymore. Those kinds of situations where the headlock and I can't breathe, all those kind of situations where the bullying happens, the Karen situation, all those kind of situations, I'm sick of it. And I know we're all sick of seeing it, and I'm sick of seeing it, and we all have to go, oh well, that's just the way it goes. I know, come on, Daddy, that's not right. I know, baby, I know, but we're gonna get through this together. Come on, Daddy, didn't that just happen last week or 2 weeks ago? We saw Trayvon, and then we saw, I know, baby, I know, but we're gonna get that kind of, white folks don't have to do that with their children. They don't have to do that. And at what point do even white folks go, they shouldn't have to say those kind of conversations. I'm in this white area where we live, and I came out my door at midnight, and I heard a noise. I came out, and there was police all around this white area, police in my front yard talking about, come out the house with your hands up. I'm in my midnight, my children 3 years old sleep in the house, and I get put on my knees on the ground because they got a call to somebody. Now, if it was a white person that opened the door, they would assume the person lived there. But I'm a black person, and I've seen enough Law and Orders to know, don't you say a word, Courtney, come out the house with your hands up in the air and get on your knees. And I said, I live here, ma'am, quietly. I live here. She was shouting at the top of her lungs midnight in this quiet little white area. I said, yes, ma'am, I'm just letting you know I live here. My wallet's inside. If you want me to go and get it, or you want to go in and get it? My children are asleep. They're 3. Okay. And finally, there was a sister, police officer. There was 7 of them out there. She said, oh, Lord, oh, Lord, oh, Lord. Mr. Vance, I'm so sorry. Here's my badge number. If you need my number, basically, she said, I ain't got nothing to do with this. I'm just letting you know. So at what point that's enough that you don't, that there's a different rule for white people and black people. There's a different law. There's a different way of that, and there's an unwritten rule for police that if it's a black person, you treat them differently than if it's a white person, you kid glove them. And it's so clear. And at what point are we all going to say that's enough now? Everybody's got to be treated the same until they got to reprogram the police.
Well, and I'm hoping that is what this moment is. I mean, I had an interaction with a cop 2 weeks ago. That was not great. And I'm sure everybody on here has had multiple interactions that have been less than good. But hopefully that's what this moment's about, right? And so I'm curious, I feel like there's a through line here between showing this in this moment that you all are depicting and what is happening now and actually it helping to change things. That like, good Lord, how long are we putting up with this?
If I can add to that too, and aside from just leaving the responsibility to change in the hands of our law enforcement officers, I would like to get back to the aspect of what Abby said earlier, the Karen aspect. I remember last year, my brother and a few of my friends and I, we had went to go eat dinner at a little chicken spot on 14th Street and First Avenue. And next thing we know, halfway through our dinner, about 4 or 5 police officers come into the restaurant. And apparently, a white woman had misplaced her phone or lost it. And when she pinged it, it got pinged to this restaurant. This is a little, walk in, sit, grab your chicken, and you sit down and you do your thing. It's not it's not 5-star. There is something wrong with the fact that she did not feel safe to come into that restaurant and just ask us, have you seen my phone? The fear, the white fear, it's real. she was enabled because of what she has been conditioned to see when she see black skin, to come and just ask us for her phone. Did we see her phone? She thought the only way to deal with that was to call the police on us. And just like Courtney talked about, I went into beast mode. I instructed everyone at the table to not say one word, and I was the only one to do talking. And they do this thing where they start to pry while they're talking nice to you, and it was this whole thing. So where were you at before you got here? And I said, with all due respect, officer, that's none of your business. We're here now having dinner. Can I help you? And that was the narrative in the conversation, and it was frightening. But I knew to not. I didn't want any of my family members or my friends getting emotional, so I knew to take the lead and to speak with a calm, but a firm hand. And once they started to recognize me, that's when the old shit happened, and they realized, and then the whole tone changed, and that was insult to injury.
Yeah.
So you mean because of what it was? I would have rather them. It would have been better to say, okay, we know who you are, but we still need to search you for her phone. But because now you recognize me from my job, that everything goes away. What would have happened to my brother and my friends had I not been there? Yeah. So when we talk about the Karen aspect of it, I feel it hurts. I feel I try to have empathy for white fear. I don't know what it is that make people frightened of the color of skin. And that's part of the problem. We need to also acknowledge that it's not just, it's all part of the problem.
Well, and that's the thing. And that is where sort of representation and the work that you do in Hollywood, going back to the earlier point, is useful. That people can see this, people can have conversations, it's a jumping off point. And it's interesting because in this show you have, again, human monsters, but then you have sort of real monsters. And it's interesting that we need to have metaphorical monsters in this situation. And I'm curious about sort of those monsters that are the fantastical sci-fi monsters. Do they sort of represent something else to any of you all in the context of this show, as opposed to the sort of humanity monstrousness that we see?
Well, it did for me when as Montrose is not in the pilot, but I was able to read it, grateful, and that was the first thing that spoke to me. The monsters represented everything that is dark and vile in society. That's what the monsters represented to me in the first reading of the pilot.
And just for you all that actually had to interact with the monsters, I'm curious that on a much, much lighter note, the sort of green screen and the horror face and all of that stuff, is that stuff fun, or is it just like a technical, logistical marks you got to hit?
That's silly.
Because you're not seeing anything.
To me, it's silly. It's real silly. And we're all, we just being silly. I just enjoy my time with my brothers and my sisters being silly, because that's what where's the monster at? The monster's over there. Where are you looking, Jonathan? Journey, where are you looking? Are you looking down or are you looking up? Are you looking at that tree? We just being silly and trying to keep the bugs off of us, and just trying to.
It's also a different muscle to exercise, because it just requires so much imagination. It requires you to really just play. But unlike anything I've ever done before, it was definitely a different experience, because there's the technical stuff, the technical side, as Courtney is saying, the wind blowing, or what was the stuff, the spit that Misha really wanted to blow on us? They couldn't get it right, Jonathan?
Viscous or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They probably wasted a good hour trying to get that right.
Yeah.
It sounds sticky and maybe not that pleasant, but there's a lot going on here, and I think people are really going to enjoy it. I mean, this combination of storytelling is so great. So if somebody had to pitch people, so we're at a place where we're talking to folks out there, what's your pitch? Watch Lovecraft Country because, come on, y'all, you're actors. Give me a pitch.
Jonathan?
Uncle George? Because watch Lovecraft Country because it is so different and so engaging, and it'll, especially during this time period we're living in now, it is, you know, you thought you had something going on with Game of Thrones, but watch out. We got something on Game of Thrones and Work of Thrones, and we working our throne. This is going to be something that you ain't never seen before.
That's what I like to hear. All right. We are actually, I can't believe it, already out of time. So I can't thank you all enough for being here and being part of this conversation today. And thank you to everybody who's out there watching and listening. And we are going to show you a little more sneak peek of Lovecraft Country, which is premiering on HBO on August 16th. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is definitely a door. Spread out. See if you can find a way to open it. Turn off your flashlights. Huh? I said turn them off, damn it. Journey to the center of the earth type.
You see Titus's pages?
I see 3 tunnels!
Beware all ye who tread the path. Ever the tide shall rise.
The original concept of Spawn was this guy who was in love with this woman and it's taken away from him. He just wants to go back and say goodbye one last time. Because of that, his whole life gets turned upside down. He makes literally the deal with the devil. That was easy for me to write. Would I make that deal? Of course I would, right? Would I want to come back and say goodbye to my Wanda? Of course I would. So we'll make it so that Spawn's saying goodbye to his Wanda. That book is essentially just a long-winded metaphor for a lot of things in my life.
Everything that drives Spawn ultimately is because he loves his wife so much, and he loves the family so much, and he will sacrifice anything to protect that. In reality, Todd would be the same way.
Can anyone give me an example of a myth or a story they're afraid of?
Antlers tells the story of the Native American mythology of the Wendigo.
The Wendigo is an allegory where there's a spirit that comes to reconcile what the people are doing incorrectly.
All this rage, all this abuse incarnates. It's like an invocation for this creature.
The Wendigo translates to a diabolical wickedness that devours mankind.
The Wendigo myth was born out of this notion that when the English settled, they cannibalized all of the resources, leaving the Native Americans essentially to starve.
Big Bear got sick, and his insides turned black.
Our images of the Wendigo, it didn't become just allegories. It actually started becoming very, very real.
He's not dead. He'll come for me.
The destruction of families, that was always the analogy for the monsters.
It's truly a powerful connection between what we do to nature, what we do to each other. It is a metaphor made flesh.
Okay, so let's kick things off with Rick and Morty. The tremendously popular, long-running animated comedy show has a weird history of being kind of unpredictable with its release schedule throughout time, but we got a first look at Season 5 today, and if you missed it, we've got you covered, so let's take a look.
Come on, Rick, we're almost there. Leave me, Morty. It's the only way. What? Were we blades in that one? That's tight. Just stay with me. I'm scared, Morty. I can see the end. Oh God, there's nothing. I know I always said that, but oh God, there's really nothing. I'm sorry, Morty. I'm a silly man. I'm a silly small man. I wasted it all. I'm sorry I got you into this. Then how about I get us out of this?
Hello?
Hey, Jessica, it's Morty from school.
Oh, hey, Morty. What's up?
I just want to say that you're really great. I know the timing never really worked out with us, but you're really great, and I wish I got to know you better.
Oh, I mean, that's a lot.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I guess I just...
No, I just wish you said it sooner.
What?
Yeah, I mean, you never really said anything to me, which always put me in a weird position because I didn't want to assume or whatever. Being nervous is sort of selfish sometimes, you know?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Well, what are you doing tonight?
Tonight?
Yeah, do you, want to watch a movie or something?
Yeah, tonight. Sounds great.
Great. See you later, Morty. Bye.
Holy shit, I want to live! F*** death! I want to live! Where are we? Home, right where we belong. No, seriously, Morty, where the f*** are we? I don't know, the ocean? The ocean? The ocean on Earth? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, shit, holy shit. We have to go right now. You touched the ocean, Morty. What's the big... Oh, shit, what? Shit.
Richard, you have desecrated the sacred treaty betwixt land and sea. Now face the wrath of your once and eternal foe, Mr. Nimbus.
Sorry? Who the f*** is that?
My nemesis.
What?
My f***ing nemesis, okay?
Okay, but what was his name again?
I am Mr. Nimbus.
He's gonna say that a lot.
All right.
I love the idea of Rick just having a nemesis this whole time that he was too embarrassed to fess up to. Like, it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
No, it's great.
I love these underwater too. It's like Namor or Aquaman, something like that. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they are finalizing the season 5 finale right now. They're almost done with season 6. No premiere date yet, but as you can see, they're working hard on it. They haven't finished drawing most of it yet, but I kind of love that about it.
Yeah, this was really cool. So this was actually a panel at Adult Swim Con yesterday that I had the pleasure of moderating, that we got this first look clip, and it was really cool getting to talk to Dan Harmon and then the cast, Chris Parnell and Spencer Grammer and Sarah Chalk. They were talking about how, in quarantine, they're kind of writing all these seasons over Zoom. And as you said, season 4 aired not too long ago, but they're already writing into season 6. So yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see what's next, and the fact that hopefully more Rick and Morty coming soon.
Zack Snyder's Snyder Cut, the Snyder Cut, obviously, of the Justice League movie, was just a fan petition at last year's Comic-Con. I don't know if you remember, they took out park benches and the funny little planes. But this year, thanks to HBO Max, it's actually a real thing that people will actually be able to watch next year. That still doesn't feel real, but it is. In the meantime, Zack Snyder revealed that the Black Superman scene that was cut from the original film is now something we can watch online. So we have to talk about this, because this is one of those things I dreamed of as a little kid when the Death of Superman comic book run happened, and then the black suit Superman came back. That was some amazing stuff, and it's just crazy to me that this is coming into fruition. Like, this is an actual thing. Like, this is a real scene that got cut.
Yeah, so he's been hard at work in the editing room, kind of putting together the version of his movie that Warner Brothers kind of remixed and had Joss Whedon come in and do reshoots for. So this clip that we just saw, that debuted at JusticeCon, which is a Justice League focused fan convention, as the name suggests. And Zack Snyder did a panel there and showed this clip. He also talked about how he wants every frame in this movie to be something that he made, but he doesn't want anything that Joss Whedon touched to end up in it. So I think that's really interesting, but I get it. It's like, if he's going to go, people have been campaigning for his cut for so long that of course, like, he's going to want it to be his cut. This isn't the first time we've seen a clip of the black Superman costume, but this is a new one that we just saw. Which, yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see what this movie is. You gotta have some movie.
No, I'm actually like it sounds like it's almost a little salty that he's just making the entire thing himself. But I know that if he didn't, then there would be a petition for the version that did have all of his scenes, and we'd have to go through all of this all over again. David, what are your thoughts on this?
I was really excited by some of the comments Zack Snyder made about how he's excited to explore Superman's journey and his morality and his relationship with Lois and his relationship just being an alien on Earth. This is all these topics that I wanted to see the DC universe explore in these films. And since Batman v Superman and since Justice League, I feel like Henry Cavill's Superman's been kind of quiet. He just hasn't been allowed to speak, which is a little disappointing. So I hope that this Snyder cut is going to give us more Henry Cavill as Superman speaking and exploring his story more, because it's a really fascinating journey that he goes on. And just by hearing what Zack Snyder said, I think we're going to get that. I'm glad he led with this clip, I think that's awesome.
Yeah, he had a really great quote. I'm going to try to say some of it. He said, Superman is such an abstract character in his powers and what he's able to do. Anytime you can bring him back down to earth, he becomes a lot more relatable. And for that, he's more interesting, a huge respect for his moral code. And I think his ultimate place as the top of the pyramid of the DC superhero world. In the end, he has to achieve that pinnacle. And he went on to say, I always felt like that's what I was doing. Now with the resurrection sort of theme, who is he now? When you touch the eternal in the sense that he's coming back from the grave, how are we changed by that? And obviously, the black suit that he's wearing, as comic fans know, is his recovery suit, which, Brian, as you said, is tied to the his resurrection in 1992's Death of Superman comic.
The Simpsons is one of the longest running shows in television history, and today I'm here with two renowned Simpsons writers, producers, legends, if you will, Al Jean and Matt Selman. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today. Right on.
Al's a legend. I'm like an apprentice legend.
An apprentice legend? I could vibe with that. I feel like you guys are both legendary in your own right. Say it again, Al.
I'm an unknown legend.
I beg to differ. I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit today about The Simpsons' ability to predict the future. A lot of publications, including IGN, have created lists about just how prophetic The Simpsons have been over the course of the last 30-odd years. Some of our favorite predictions include the ending of Game of Thrones, the FIFA corruption scandal, Disney buying Fox. So I guess my first question on sort of a basic level is how? How do you manage to accomplish these things? How do you find yourself in a situation where you are, inadvertently predicting things that come to pass, and what's it like to see those predictions come to reality several years down the line?
Well, I think Matt should talk to the Game of Thrones. That was his prediction. I had an episode with the FIFA prediction, which was actually a prediction based on things that had already happened, where I had read that FIFA was incredibly corrupt and there were scandals. So it wasn't really a big jump to the episode, which was written by Michael Price. What was lucky was that we wanted Brazil to lose because we wanted them to be sadly singing "Ole, Ole." So we figured if they lose, Germany would win. So we actually predicted the winner of the World Cup that year, which was not a bad prediction.
If you just do more episodes for more decades than all the other shows, you're going to get more predictions right. And we really have all the other shows beat when it comes to decades. The Game of Thrones thing was not a huge, amazing guess in that, dragons, if there's going to be a dragon, it might burn a town. So,
So what you're saying, what you're saying is rather than some sort of complex algorithm working in the background, you're just using common sense to make these predictions.
Right. It's
often, we predicted Lady Gaga's halftime show. We predicted it by observing her shows that she had done and copying them. So, it was just us stealing her material and predicting it back at her, if you want to look at it that way.
Why do you think The Simpsons specifically, like, what is it about that room of writers that has allowed for this kind of thing to happen so frequently? Do you guys, is there some sort of method behind the way that you're going about it, or is it just sort of blind luck?
We only hire Delphic oracles. That's the only kind of writers we hire. We're people that are looking ahead. We're writing episodes that air a year from now that might air again 5 or 10 years down the road, we hope. So you're trying to think about what would be interesting to the viewer at that time, and that makes you an amateur futurologist, I'd say.
An amateur futurologist. I like that a lot.
We all suffer from crippling pessimism and depression. So we say a lot of terrible things, and then they sadly happen.
Specifically, I guess there's a few more jokes that I wanted to ask about, but Donald Trump becoming president in season 11, and of course, like the one that has reached just insane meme levels of popularity this year is the coronavirus murder hornet prediction from way back in season 4. Can you talk a little bit about how those jokes came about and what the essentially what the conversation in the writer's room was like at that time?
Well, I did that season 4 episode, and it was a flu, not from China, but from Japan, that came to Springfield. And we coincidentally had a scene where Hibbert said, there's no vaccine, just a placebo. And then they overturned a truck that was full of killer bees. It actually wasn't hornets. But killer bees was a big thing we were afraid of then that I guess is going to hurt us. And it's just a series of flukes. I have to say, nobody was connecting anything then with any, I was, writing it and going with the other writers saying, look, what would be a funny thing for there to be in the truck? Oh, bees. So that's it.
But in hindsight, when all these things line up, however many years down the road, 20 years down the road, what is it like seeing these sorts of predictions actually falling into place almost so perfectly like that?
I like people that think we're time travelers, except my question to them is, why do you think you chose this year to come to? Like, isn't this the worst year?
Yeah, it definitely seems that way sometimes. And Matt, about the Donald Trump episode, predicting that Donald Trump would become president, was that selected from, a batch of the most unlikely of outcomes, or was that something that was it done just strictly as a joke, or was that something that you were like, as you mentioned earlier, you were looking at basically what trends would inform, future predictions?
I mean, I don't remember exactly how the line ended up in the show. I do know it was probably kind of a throwaway as something unimaginably terrible that could never happen, as opposed to like, this might happen. That's certainly the big crazy one of all the list. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I can only imagine
this at home. Like, people watching this at home, please don't be confused and think the show predicted the exact method of Trump announcing his presidency. That was a video that was made after, imitating what he did. We did not literally predict the escalator and all that. That's not the prediction. The prediction was just the name. So don't think that would be magic. Or it would be Trump saw it and decided to do it. One of the two. But otherwise, it would be 100% magic, and that is beyond our capacity as magicians.
We did also predict a huge budget deficit.
What can we expect from season 32 of The Simpsons?
Oh, that's a good prediction.
More good stuff.
We have episodes upcoming with Ben Platt and Olivia Colman. We have an excellent episode Matt did where the Simpsons go to ancient Rome. Really fantastic. Of course, a Treehouse of Horror. And we're totally on schedule. We've got the animation, I just have to say, like, I just got an episode back, is just unbelievably good. All the shows coming back look fantastic.
Yeah, we have a
That's
lot
awesome.
of cool shows coming up. What else? We've got
David Harbour of Stranger Things plays Mr. Burns, like gets into a suit that enables him to mingle with the workers, and his new voice is David Harbour's. He was great.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me.
It works, so we're just making it better and better.
Fair enough. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Take care. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and joining me today are the stars of The Right Stuff, Colin O'Donoghue and Jake McDorman. Guys, how's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Doing pretty well. Quarantining, cutting hair.
Yeah, I was going to say, I hope quarantine is treating you guys well.
It's fun.
Yeah, how is it in Ireland?
It's good. It's getting there. It's it's good. It's getting a little bit easier. So Jake loves Ireland, by the way, just so you know.
I do love Ireland.
So, The Right Stuff is National Geographic's upcoming series about America's first astronauts in the early days of the post-World War II space race. Colin, The Right Stuff was a book first, then a movie in the 80s, and now it's going to be Nat Geo's first scripted series on Disney+. So why is now the right time to revisit the stories of these death-defying pilots?
I think it's a good time for it now. Seems to be an increase on people fascinated with manned space flight and stuff, and particularly with SpaceX and the Dragon and stuff very recently. You know, also right now, as it is, where everybody's pretty much in lockdown, you know, it's always great to tell stories about, you know, people who are considered heroes and to sort of give hope and some sort of, you know, kind of, I guess, a release for people to be able to, you know, sort of look at these guys and see that they, you know, what they'd gone through. You know, they all lived through wars and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, I think that it's a timely point to sort of retell the story, to be honest.
So I play Alan Shepard. He was a test pilot, a Navy test pilot before he joined the Mercury program. He's the first American in space, and he's a lot of fun to play. He liked fast cars. He was hard drinking fighter jock kind of through and through. In fact, all these guys had such a unique relationship with death and with fear in general. For somebody that lived so large and had such a boisterous personality, he also was really, really protective of his privacy, which was kind of an interesting juxtaposition to play. Because obviously, you know, he was going for something that would, you know, put him permanently in the history books, but at the same time wanted to shield his private life and his family from the spotlight as much as he could. So he was kind of an interesting paradox of a guy. But
And Colin, you play Gordon Cooper. What can you tell us about him?
Similar to Alan Shepard, Gordo was a test pilot. He was in the Army, an Army test pilot. He was also the youngest of the 7 astronauts. And he ended up being the last of them to go up. And I think still to this day, he has the most solo orbits around Earth out of anyone in the world.
So you mentioned the 7. Who are the 7 for folks who might not be familiar with that?
The Mercury 7 are a group of test pilots from the military, the Air Force, and the Navy. They were recruited from, 180 potential applicants. And at the time, at the inception of NASA, Bob Gilruth and Chris Kraft, who were in charge of kind of making this short list, weren't even sure that any of these 180 or however many it was would be interested. And just about every single one of them signed up. So they had to whittle that down to 7. So those are the 7 guys that it came down to, and they were put through all sorts of training and kind of tests at Lovelace Clinic to narrow then that list down to who was going to go up first, who was going to go up second, and then third. But this was to, you know, go up against the Russians during the space race. They had put up Sputnik, a satellite. They had gotten, was it Laika, the dog? Did Laika go up next? Anyway, they were ahead of us just pretty much every step of the way. And so this was the team that they pulled together to basically try to beat them to outer space.
What do you guys personally feel Is the right stuff required to be an astronaut?
I think it's something that's not really quantifiable. The right stuff, really. You know what I mean? It's an amalgam of a whole load of different things. You know, like a lack of fear. You know, just pure self-belief. There's a whole gamut of things that I think make the right stuff. I'm sure a small element of luck as well. You know, like these guys, when they were test pilots, they didn't know whether or not the machines that they were about to take off in were going to blow up or not.
Yeah, which not to mention, every single time they'd test a rocket without, you know, anybody in it, it would explode almost without fail. I mean, test pilots too, you know, we learned a lot about that culture and what that all entails. And it's basically getting in these fighter planes or jets that you push these things to their limits to basically record for manufacturing where those limits are. So, you know, it's not just flying in one, operating one, you know, doing evasive maneuvers in one. It's pushing all of those to the point where like the bolts are about to fall off the machine so they can then land it safely and go, all right, here's where you don't want to take it. That was one of the common threads that you'd find through test pilots. I think like the average life expectancy for a test pilot's some like 1 in 3 or something, you know. So it was a job that was living on the edge all the time. And so their ability to maintain calm, maintain functionality, and kind of perform their task in a situation that would have most people afraid, along with all the stuff that, you know, is kind of intangible and abstract, like Colin was mentioning, I think goes into the right stuff. Enough to know that I don't have it. That's basically.
So will the show replace the movie for modern media, or is it kind of a complementary addition to the 1983 film?
I think it's kind of a standalone, and I would hope that it would be a standalone in its own right. I think I would hope that the stories that we're telling about these guys, you know, will be able to stand the test of time on its own, alongside the book and the movie.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, no way do I think it would replace either the book or the movie at all. I think, you know, having roughly 8 hours of television, you know, it allows you to sometimes tease apart more, you know, subtle parts of the story than just the events themselves. So that was something, you know, that was kind of a luxury that we were allotted, that, you know, if you were trying to tell the whole story in a 2.5 hour movie, you wouldn't have that opportunity, I guess. So I guess that's in one way that it's different. But no, I think if anything, they complement each other, and, you know, it's like Colin said, it should stand alone, you know, side by side.
So most importantly, when can we watch this on Disney Plus?
We're allowed to say that it is it's coming to Disney Plus this fall.
This fall, and for those in Europe, that's this autumn.
Okay. Okay, so we'll have to keep an eye out for The Right Stuff when it blasts off on Disney Plus later this year in the fall. Colin and Jake, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.